Odhumita.
Just a second. I will stop the music that is playing behind. Anidadi, so I'm expecting, usually we have around 50 participants. So they are the first session of the day. They take 5 minutes to join. It starts at 9:30. So in the meantime, what we can do is, if you want to try the slide sharing, we can do that.
No, I was actually trying to tell you that from my old laptop, it is a very old MacBook Air.
Well,
so you will have to share the screen.
Yes, I will do that. Let's share it. That would also give our participants 2 minutes extra time to join. I will.
Yeah, I'm just so scared about all this stuff. So I always try to send a backup in advance.
You do this.
No, I need to change this laptop right now. So, but I'm absolutely in love with this since I'm using it for so long. And it's working otherwise perfectly.
So become comfortable with it. Na? My last laptop was with me for 12 years. Eventually, one day, when I was writing a paper, the motherboard crashed.
Yeah. No, I will buy something which is not an Apple this time, but I will keep this computer with me and I will use it as well. That's what I have decided.
Sanita, is this that if you're used to using Apple, it is very difficult to shift to something else.
No, but whenever I'm abroad now, Madhumita, so it's very difficult that they don't have that setting up system, and they will always ask you to carry a flash drive, and it's not compatible with anything. So it's very difficult to handle. So it's better to use a Dell or a HP. So you will be able to use it anywhere. So that's a problem.
I know that very well because like you can see, I'm not using a headphone or a earpod. It's because if you're not using an Apple earpod, none other are if it is a Bluetooth, it doesn't get connected. Apple earpod you need to use with a Apple laptop.
Yeah, I know.
An Apple earpod is something like 22,000 rupees.
Yeah.
You can imagine.
Yeah, actually they compel us to use their thing, so that's a design. Yeah, now it's perfect. I'll ask you to just change my slides.
Yes, I will do full screen also.
Yeah.
Here. So it is full screen. So you can see all the participants are coming in. I will introduce you for officially and all that. Just because I don't want them to miss this lecture. That's why I'm bidding time a little also. I know they will all come. But they take a couple of minutes.
I actually love to talk about partition, and the refugees. So I don't mind if I have to miss my class. In my university today, I have missed 2 classes. So I thought, okay, it's fine. I will talk about
so you could have let them join this for your session. I could have just sent you the link.
No, it's fine. As I have adjusted my class with another professor, so she will take this class. So it will be embarrassing, and I will take her class.
I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful. Just a second. I will. So we have how many participants?
You take your time, but how long I need to speak?
Okay, so it's from 9:30 to 11 o'clock. Last 10 minutes, that is say around 10:50 to 11 o'clock. I would request you please keep for question answer.
Yeah. So I speak for 1 hour, more or less, and then I'll be very happy to respond to their questions.
Yes, because this is the best way to learn. And usually in most of the sessions, barring one or two, we are getting loads of questions from faculties here in terms of methodology, in terms of resources, in terms of like how we can, what are the further avenues of doing research in this field. Like they asked Professor Shujata Mukherjee that if what is the utility, like, I mean, what is the scope of doing research on history of medicine?
Okay.
My advice, my suggestion to you would be, I think this partition study is emerging as a very important academic segment in India, because we're seeing more scholars now coming together and projecting it as a study, like South Asian study, partition study. So maybe you can talk about this cohort of scholars that they can be part of, from Northeast, from Punjab, from Bengal.
But do they have much idea about the Bengal side? Actually, I gave one lecture in Miranda House, and
we have lot of faculties from West Bengal participating now, so they would have, they must have heard of partition. I do not know how much they have studied about partition, but most of the scholars participating from West Bengal are history PhDs. So Miranda House is a different thing. The reason being, in Miranda House, the demographic comes from Punjab, Delhi, NCR region. So they know more about this side of the story, not so much that side. That is my experience even when I teach in class. Like MA students, they know more about the Punjab side.
They were very excited about it, but I could imagine from the questions, that they didn't have any idea.
Right.
So they were very nice and sweet, and I got many questions, very interesting questions, but I was kind of surprised, as Bengal partition is like a huge literature right now.
Right. Yes.
They don't have any idea.
That's what I wanted to tell is, please make them aware that this very vibrant group of scholars who are doing partition studies in India now. Okay, Dr. Ghoshal, what I will do now is I will formally introduce you, and then you can start your talk. And okay, dear participants, a very good morning to all of you, and welcome to the first session of the day. This would be our last session with experts for the refresher course. After this, from 11:30 onwards, the presentations of participants would start. So I am here very honored and very grateful to Dr. Anindita Ghoshal for saying yes. All other experts I have invited a month ago, Anindita Ghoshal has come and spoken to us before. Okay, so I thought that this time that I would rather explore other areas of history. So I left her out, but at the end, I had no other way but to invite her for two reasons. One reason is there are some scholars from outside India who could not participate because of unavoidable circumstances, and we had slots that needed good academicians to come and speak. Second thing is, as the refresher course was progressing, I realized that we needed at least one solid scholar who would speak in terms of fieldwork and modern Indian history. Because among the participants, we realize that most of you have a modern Indian history or modern Indian political science background. So I needed Dr. Ghoshal desperately, and I approached her, and she had been very kind to say yes promptly without giving me any excuse whatsoever. Okay, so we always talk about academic excellence, which is of course a coveted quality to have. We earn it through sheer hard work. But what is great about Dr. Ghoshal is she's a great human being in combination with a great academic scholar. Okay, so she is an example for us. Thank you so much, Dr. Ghoshal. And I will introduce your academic walk. Just give me 1 second. I got carried away. Okay, so Dr. Anindita Ghoshal is an associate professor in the Department of History at Diamond Harbour Women's University in Kolkata, India. She has a diverse range of academic and professional experience in the field of history, with a particular focus on refugees, borders, identities, and the history of East and Northeast India. Dr. Ghoshal has received several prestigious fellowships, grants, and awards throughout her career, including the Charles Wallace Trust Fellowship from Charles Wallace India Trust and the Academic and Foreign Travel Grant from ICHR, University of Cardiff. She has been involved in various research projects, both as a co-investigator and as the chief investigator, that have received funding from organizations such as AHRC, OKDISCD, ICSSR, and UGC. One of our notable projects is titled Reckoning in Refugeedom, Refugee Voices in Modern India, Modern History, 1919 to 1975, which was conducted in collaboration with Professor Peter Gatrell at the Manchester University. In addition to her research work, Dr. Ghoshal has also been involved in consultancy projects, including serving as a consultant and head of the content team for the Kolkata Virtual Partition Museum. She has also contributed to the shared history of Northeast India and its neighbors, looking into the past for a future project funded by the Sasakwa Peace Foundation. Dr. Ghoshal is a prolific author with numerous publications to her credit. She has authored books like Refugee, Borders and Identities, Rights and Habitat in East and Northeast India, and edited volumes like Revisiting Partition, Contestation, Narratives, and Memories. Her articles have appeared in peer-reviewed journals such as Diasporas, Social History, and the Journal of the Asiatic Society of Bangladesh. Apart from her academic contributions, Dr. Ghoshal has been actively engaged in public discourse through her columns in Anandabazar Patrika, a reputed Bengali daily, and her contributions to magazine, newspapers, and online sources. She has delivered invited lectures and participated in panel discussions on various topics related to her research interest. With her expertise in refugee studies, Dr. Anindita Ghoshal has made significant contributions to the field of history, shedding light on the complex issues of migration, identity, and the experiences of displaced communities in East and Northeast India. Her work has garnered recognition and accolades, establishing her as a respected scholar in her field. Thank you so much, Dr. Ghoshal. Now the field is yours.
Thank you so much, Madhumita, for this very, very generous introduction. I'm really grateful. And I wish to mention that for historians like us, since you and me, both of and the participants, all of us are students of history and we are still trying to learn things. So it's actually a wonderful opportunity for me as well to share my research with such an erudite audience. And I'll feel really grateful if I get nice questions, and I'll be very happy to respond. So it's a wonderful opportunity for me as well. So I'm really grateful to you and the team of the Amity University, and you guys are doing such a wonderful job. So first, I want to congratulate you all, as I keep on noticing like your activities, and really this is amazing that you are really trying to do something very meaningful. It's very important. So let me start my presentation today, and as you can see that I'm actually here to share my research on the research methodology, and my focus for that is partition, since it's my core area of interest or something like that. So it's on methodology and on partition. So I try to mix both of these, and I will try to show that how not only the historians, the political scientists, the sociologists, the anthropologists, the economists, so all of us actually can contribute, and it can be a mixed methodology actually when we try to target something to work on partition. So can I please request to change the slide?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I have decided to actually start my presentation with this particular refugee voice as my last project. Like we are done with that book actually, so it will publish probably in the next year. So I have actually quoted this one kind of statement from official source or primary source. So I think that it's a wonderful experience to understand that how the refugee voices, which is a personal voice, it got reflected in an official source, in a primary source, in an archival source. So that's why I thought that it will be wonderful to begin with this. So if you read this statement very carefully, it's a Bengali refugee, and I got this statement from S.P. Mukherjee papers, from Shama Prasad Mukherjee papers in 1948. So if you read it carefully, you can see that someone is writing that when we reached Shialda station platform, no one was there for us. And gradually we realized that with the independence, we actually became the refugees, the uprooted people. We contributed the maximum. He meant to say that he contributed the maximum, or their community contributed the maximum as the congressmen to the independence. As for them, it was independence, not partition. And now we are in the pathetic state here. There is no food to eat when we are hungry, no clothes to wear, no place for shelter, no arrangement for education for our children. So from this actually very like short quotation, we can understand that what exactly happened in partition. But if we see the partition, like the way the nation state, the leaders, they started portraying the partition. So it was very, very different. Can you please change the slide? So what was partition? So if you read the official sources or the British sources or the other sources or other kind of sources, so what you will get to hear that it was one of the largest human displacement in which at least 12 to 15 million refugees crossed the border to and fro in both the directions. So there are some debates that how many people actually crossed the border, but most of the social scientists, they have agreed that it was at least 12 to 15 million. So it was one of the biggest displacement or the largest human displacements in the world. But if we see the context of this, and if we see that why did it happen and how did it happen, so we'll be able to get a background of this. So let me just speak a little bit for 5 minutes about the background, then I will come to that methodological part. Okay, can you please change the slide? So if we try to imagine that how did it happen, so first actually it is the Lahore resolution of 1940. So we heard for the first time that someone said that we need a separate homeland for the Muslims. So it was kind of a picture. It was kind of a very happy kind of a picture that okay, we are demanding something which will be a Shapna Bhumi, the promised land for the Muslims, and they as they deserve a separate homeland for themselves. So it was one picture, and another picture which is more prominent and which is more, please change the slide, which is more prominent and which is kind of more popular, that this is the picture when as we know, all of us, we know about this very famous lecture of Jawaharlal Nehru when he was addressing the nation on 14th August, and it's a very popular kind of speech, and it is available in YouTube, so anyone can actually watch it. So if you see this video, and if you watch this video, and if you actually listen to Jawaharlal Nehru's words, so you will feel like, yeah, it was really something like India and Pakistan, they have achieved from the British government. So it was a very pompous kind of celebrations, and it was like getting independence from the British, and it was the end of colonialism, so something like that. But what was the actual scenario after this so-called independence? Please change the slide. So if we notice that what actually happened after the partition and how did it happen, so it was a very different kind of thing. as I'm very lucky that I read this report, the report by Sir Cyril Radcliffe. So it is available actually in India Office Library. They don't allow the readers to copy it, but you always can write. So if you read this report, the Radcliffe Line report or the Cyril Radcliffe report, so it was something like that. Cyril Radcliffe created just a nation by a stroke of red pencil. So the first highlight was red pencil. The second highlight was that when you will read it, you will feel weird that for you, you will feel like that it is just a line. And it is written like that a line should be drawn along the boundary between the thanas of these, and a line then be drawn from this point or that point. And then very interestingly, it is written that a line should run and then a line should then turn. So you will feel like that it was actually a running and turning of the lines that designs border and displaced so many people and divided so many people. So we always heard about the stories that there are lines between home where the kitchen and the main like rooms or the compartments of rooms actually that got separated. In Northeast India, I saw a tea garden in which that line actually went through the tea gardens, and there are actually farmers who are still like a share. They actually go every day, they cross the border and they have some pass from the military, they cross the border and they come back before 5, but they don't know if something happens someday that they can't cross the life, so what will happen to them before 5. So it was like we know about, as a student of history, we know about a sunset law during the time of permanent settlement. So now we criticize that, and now we say that oh, it was so terrible. But whenever I see that past, and I talk to that people that who always actually try to go the other side of the border before 9, and they have to come back before 5. So I feel like that is another kind of sunset law for them, and it's still there in the 21st century. So it is just so unfortunate. Can you please change the slide? So what happened actually just after partition is that what was the actual scenario after that very pompous celebration and the creation of 2 nation states in the map of South Asia? The actual scenario was, it was ceaseless human suffering caused by the division of a unified Indian territory. And I interviewed probably 63 very old respondents, and most of them said that, we didn't even complain about it, that we are suffering so much. We thought that, oh, we have earned independence. So for independence, we'll have to sacrifice, and it's normal that we'll suffer. So we started responding to the statesmen of both the nation states just during the late 1950s, when we realized that no one actually gave anything to us, and they became the prime ministers, they became the ministers, and they got benefited out of it. So when we study partition, when we try to analyze things differently, so we'll really have to keep this in mind when we will decide that what will be our kind of methodology to study partition furthermore. So that's a point I always thought of when I try to or I target to study something new related to partition. So it was the actual scenario. And if we see the borderland, please change the slide. If we see the borderland, that what were the states which actually got vivisected by partition. So as we all know that it was only Punjab and Bengal, but no one actually talks about Northeast India as it was people like the social scientists and the political scientists and the historians. They always try to perceive Assam and Tripura, the northeastern states, which also got vivisected by the partition. But since it was a part of the like bigger Bengal, so they always perceive these states as a part of Bengal. So no one actually talks about northeastern states separately. So that is another focus, I think, that the partition scholars, they need to expand. Please change the slide. So actually, from where I started, so this is my second slide to continue with that. So please treat this part as an introduction about partition, about the refugees. So this is a quote from Jyotirmoyi Devi. This is a translation actually. So if you read this quote very carefully, so you will be able to understand that how helpless they were, and what was their stand for themselves, and how first they accepted that their condition is like that, and they will have to accept it. But I really found it fascinating, even if we look at the historiography of partition studies. So it is fascinating that how it evolved. So if we try to notice that how the refugee voices and how these people first they thought that okay, they got defeated out of this huge human tragedy, and later they became the actors. So it was actually a journey of the normal en masses from their refugeehood, in which they thought that these states, they are not going to do anything for them. But later they decided that, okay, we'll have to do something so that we can be the actors and we can decide our fate. So if you read these sentences, so you will be able to understand that what actually happened in both the sides. So therefore it is one of my favorite quotes actually. So I really love the last line that in which actually she wrote that in our new habitat we are the valueless price paid for your acquisition of dominion, Delhi and Dhaka. So they actually meant to say that we are the hapless people who actually who suffered in every possible way, and you are the people who got benefited out of this political thing. So when we try to understand the methodology of writing on partition or researching on partition, so we'll have to remember this journey. So it is very important, otherwise the perspectives or the different diverse perspective will never be like similar to you. Please change the slide. So when I started working on partition, then my confusion was, I was sure that I wish to work on this, but my confusion was there are probably 5,000 books on partition. So what new I am going to contribute? So I'm sure that if you are planning to do something, so you will be just confused like me, like the way I was in 2012, that how to approach this archiving and documentation, as so many things are already there. And who, like, even if you write a book, who is going to buy your book? Why a reader will buy your book? What you are exactly like, what you are going to contribute, which will be new. So I actually first I was very scared about this challenge, and then I thought, yeah, it will be very interesting to figure out something new. So when I now try to situate myself in your seat, so I asked myself that how to approach archiving and documentation. So that is the most pertinent question, that what should I do? As most of the partition scholars, they are actually done with the sources. So they have consulted almost everything. That is my feeling. So with the same sources, so how you will build something new, and what are the ways actually to write something new or to argue something new or make a new hypothesis. So first, I think as a student of social science, first you will have to notice the historiographical trends, which is very, very interesting, as it gives you an idea that how your research can make a new trend. So what are the possibilities of doing a new kind of research? As I will tell you later that how it happened up till now. And you will have to figure out what is the problems of methodology. So there are so many like stopgap things. So if someone reads everything very carefully, so it is actually very evident that you will be able to understand that what are the gaps and how to address such problems. So there are so problems in like writing which are available in the literature. Even in my work, I know that what were my gaps and how to fill up these gaps. So I think that it is actually a very good opportunity. So in partition studies, the best thing is that the area and is so huge. So there are so many scopes still that you can address, and you need to question yourself that how to search for a solution. So if you like address these at least two things, the historiographical trends and the problem of methodology, so probably you will be able to understand that how to write something new. And I think for social scientists, it's very, very important to actually interview people, as we know that this partition is already 76 years old, 77 almost. So you will not get these respondents actually, maybe even not from the second generation. So I think that that is another very, very important work for the social scientists to actually conduct oral histories as stopgap arrangement. So I always say it to my PhD students that oral narratives can be a stopgap arrangement. When you are not finding out anything, you really can talk to people and you really can understand, and you really can cross-check that fact, like by conducting, maybe if you need 2 interviews, you can talk to 6 people to cross-check that if someone is telling a truth, if his or her perception is right, if he or she is kind of impartial. I don't know that impartial, this word or this connotation is right or not, but I think that conducting oral history or adding oral narratives to your sources are actually a very, very good solution when you are trying to write something new. And you really have to question yourself that what are the problems of including oral histories. It's very important, as we know that there are lots of ideological differences. We also have ideological differences. We also have political motivations. We have our political belief, and we belong to a certain class, caste, or something like that. But being a social scientist, someone has to overcome all these things, and he or she needs to situate himself or herself as someone who is just a scholar, a researcher. So I think that approach will help you even when you will try to figure out that what is a proper methodology for your own research, and you are the king or queen to decide that. So no one actually can decide on your behalf. You will have to decide that what will be your methodology. Next slide. So the next slide is very important, where I have written that target groups. In refugee studies or in partition studies, we have a problem. Like when you try to understand the historiographical trends, so you will be able to understand that most of the historians or the political scientists or the social scientists, first they try to see these refugees as a homogeneous group, which was actually not true. So it is so interesting that if someone is targeting something to write on the refugees or on partition, so there are so many categories. So even if you try to locate a single category, so you can write probably 10 books. I should mention here about Professor Shekhar Bandyopadhyay, who decided to work on the Namasudras or the Dalits, and we know the outcome, that from where he started, and last year he published his last book. So it is actually, so if someone targets that, okay, I will work on the Hindu migrants, someone can work on the Muslim returnees, and someone can work on the Dalit refugees, and some are like free to work on the minorities. Who are the minorities? Like I should mention here, like the tribals of CHT, or the maybe these categories very important, as if we read the partition history categorically, or if we try to understand that, you will see that through that Radcliffe line, it was not the plain land that got divided, it was also the rivers, the hills that got divided. But if you read the partition proceedings carefully, it is available in Tinmurti Bhavan in OpenStack. Anyone just can go and read that. So if you read that partition proceedings carefully, you will be surprised to notice that everything was for the either for the Hindus or for the Muslims, as if the Buddhists they don't exist, as if the tribals they don't exist, as if the other like caste and other people from other religious group they don't exist in this world. So they became actually the minorities, and they became the non-citizens. And obviously, like as social scientists, we need to address the refugee women. I will talk about it later. And another very important category is the stateless persons. Like as we know that both the nation states, India and Pakistan, they have decided that the people, the refugees who have migrated before March 25, 1971, both these states, they will categorize them as refugees. After that, who migrated to and fro this Bengal borderland, So both the nation state, they will perceive them as stateless persons. But as we know that since the Bengal borderland, it remained open up till 1980s, late 1980s. So there are so many actually migrants. There are so many refugees who migrated, who crossed that international border. So it was another challenge for them and for the nation state to categorize that how to actually address their issues and how to talk about them, as nation state often categorize them as illegal migrants or as stateless persons or as Bangladeshis in case of Bengal borderland. So but they are also one essential, very essential category. As we know about, I'm sure that all of you know about these two terms, NRC and CAE. It actually derives from these category, like the stateless persons categories. So I think that when we talk about the long impact of partition or how the partition is still alive, so we talk about it, we have many discussion about it, but I think that this is actually the way in which in northeastern states partition is still alive, and everything remains similar for these population. Please change the slide. Another issue, I think that the refugees, they actually became the victim of the politics of hospitality from the very beginning. And I categorically use this term. I always do that whenever I try to write something new, do research on something new. I always consult the Oxford Dictionary. So I like, you know about this term refugee movement. So if you really, when you are trying to target something new, if you really try to see that what were the meaning of this a particular term, you can search by minority, you can search by anything. So when I tried to understand that how should I see these term movements, so I got so many things. So I thought like, okay, I can write one chapter out of these words, so I can write a book, in fact, out of these words. So it is so important for a researcher of social science to understand this, how these terms matters, really. So any one of you, like, if you are interested to work on anything, so this is my humble request that please search these terms. So you don't know that it will give you so many ideas. And I have learned it from my professor, Professor Peter Gettrell. He first told me that, Anindita, whenever we'll try to do something, we'll have to search these terms. So if when I tried to search this term refugee, I didn't put it, as all of us we know about the refugees or this term. So I tried to put it this movement. So from this term movement, if you read this slide carefully, so there are so many things actually you can address, and you can learn, and you can write. So I think that when we try to say something about methodology, we really try to remember all these things and address all these things. If you really try to show these like the way now we call it keywords. Now we know that all these publishers, they will always ask you for keywords. So it is like they will be able to figure out that what exactly you are trying to write. So if we think about these keywords from a particular single term, so it will give you a direction that how to do research. So it will tell you that, oh, this is the way I can address these things, or I can search my material. So I always found it very interesting. So I always try to share these things with a group of scholars or with my students. So now, please change the slide. Now let me discuss about that, how the differing methodologies for the different disciplines can actually work. Okay, so I put here some photos. So whenever I work, these are actually my experience. This is the way I work, honestly. So when I work, I always try to figure out, especially when I try to conduct oral narratives, collect oral narratives, or conduct field works, and it's a very essential source of my research, my own research. So what was the ways in which we can actually try to locate their voices? So first, what I saw that it is so important to archive like the tone of the victims of something, or who were victorious in something. So I think that for a researcher, it's so important to remain honest in archiving that tone. So you will have to be very, very honest that what you are hearing. So you will have to write that. And another issue is there. So one of my friends, Anam Zakaria, she was telling me one day that she interviewed someone and she pushed her so much. When they came back, someone called her and said that she got faint after they said bye. So she pushed her so much. She said that Anindita, I feel so guilty about myself that I was trying to collect my materials, and she was a very, very important respondent for my research, but I pushed her so much that I didn't even imagine that she was suffering so much when she was sharing her stories. So I think for the researchers, like the way you can see this lady, she is actually a Bihari lady in the second photo where I wrote that reading the silence. And she said that I just want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to you. Why should I share my story? I'm not going to get anything from you. Will you give me some money, or how will I get benefited? And you can see this man. So she's actually her husband. So she told me, yeah, you can talk to her. Maybe we'll get some material, but I don't think that she will agree to talk to you. So when she said no, so I thought, oh, I need to actually write down about this silence, that why this silence. So if a respondent is not interested to share her or his stories with you can even write a paragraph on the silence, and you can also try to figure out that why she decided not to share her story. So that is so important as a methodological tool to understand the silence or the reasons for silence. Please change the slide. And when you will interview people for collecting oral narratives, so you will always experience two very different kind of respondents. So the first photo is a Hindu family who are the owners of a temple, and they were kind of well off and they were in a good position socially. And though they were Hindus in Bangladesh, so they could manage their lives somehow. And this lady in the second photo, she migrated from Assam and she went to Joshore first. She was like, they were from a very downtrodden family. And she said that, yeah, we got benefited out of this partition and now we are in a better position. Now we have a piece of land, we have a home, so we are happy. So as a researcher, you need to understand that why this active narrator is so active. Either he is trying to tell a success story, or he suffered so much that he got someone to share his story or his family story. So if someone is very active in narrating something, you will have to remember that you will have to filter some of his statements. As he's so keen to get noticed that there are chances that he might exaggerate. So it is actually very important for a researcher to cross-check and verify from the other respondents from that particular region or from that particular family, if possible. And if possible, the best way to cross-check is talk to someone from a different gender. As the gender perspective is so important for a researcher, it's always easier to understand that if someone is exaggerating or if someone is telling a truth, or how much filter is needed or how much exaggeration is there, and how to write a balanced thing. So it is very important. For passive respondents, so she was making actually bhapa pithe for me. So it's a very exotic kind of food there. So if you look at her expression, she was not very keen to respond to my questions. She was just very happy. And she said, oh, you have visited Assam. I'm from there. So she kept on talking about her society. How was she? How was their home? So it was more like a very nostalgic conversation than how is she now and how they are doing now, and what were the problems that they faced, and how she managed to, like her family, they managed to get a piece of land, how they got settled down. So I kept on asking her these questions, and she kept on telling me about her nostalgia, like from where she learned all this stuff, and how these two cultures, it got mixed through her, like what she learned from her elders and what she learned in this land and how it's like a mixed culture now. So it is so important to understand that how these passive respondents, they have a tendency to romanticize things. So there are problems regarding the active narrators and also the passive respondents. So as a researcher, as a social scientist, so you really need to figure out that how to write down your extracts or your extracts of your field trips. So it's very important, and I think that the only way to write an objective kind of history, I don't know that that word objectivity actually is okay or not, but if we try to write a very objective kind of or very neutral kind of history or anything related to social science, I think that we need to cross check and we need to verify. And what I do, that I always try to, like, if like she was telling me that they migrated in the year 1960s, so I asked her that which was the date. So she said that when that Choto Bipad happened. So I realized that's a riot of 1964. So they always tell like this. And as a researcher, you need to understand that as well. Like once I asked someone in Assam that, what is your age? So then she said that when that Boro Bipad happened, Boro Bipad mean the war of 1971, that time this son, like I saw someone, a man, a huge grown up man. So she said that that time he is my younger son, and he was 2 years old. So from that, you will have to calculate her age, as she actually doesn't know what is her age, but you can always, like if you calculate, it's like a mental math. So you will always be able to figure out that what is her probable age. And for you, it's so important to understand that in which year she migrated, as she can't remember, and like for which time she is actually giving you all these details. And what I do, I always try to compare like this response with newspaper reports and with archival sources. So if you do that, so you will get a very clear picture. So I think it's a best method or best way to understand that how to address these issues and how to say these things and how to write confidently that, oh, actually you actually you really believe in that way, and you wrote that what you found out from your through your research. Next slide. So for archiving, so when we say that as a methodological part, you need to use your archives. And I always say that the second method is like in the project in which I have worked in the University of Manchester, we actually try to archive refugee voices. For archiving the voices, so you need to understand that what was a very popular kind of ideas. So some, like if you first see this first photo, you'll be able to easily understand that it was a very prominent event, and it was actually a photo from the Bhasha Andolon, from the language movement of 1952 in Bangladesh. So you can, if you see this photo, that they are just so vocal, and they were actually, it's like it's a rally, and they say that we want this is bad, this is our rights, or something like that. So it's a very popular kind of idea. So it's not very difficult to write about this kind of event, as you will get lots of materials over there. But if you notice this second photo, so it's actually I took this photo in a wall from Silchar station. As we know that there's a huge politics between the Assamese and the Bengalis over language there, and these Bengalis are extremely sensitive about their language, and they want the Assam government to treat their mother tongue as the second language of Assam. So lots of other things. But since the government is so critical about all these things, they have their policies which does not allow the Bengalis to demand things or say things in that way. Can you please change the slide, Madhumita? So yeah. So if you see this first photo, about which I have already narrated, but if you see the second photo, which I took from the Silchar station, so you can see that they wrote about the 19th May massacre, in which the 21 people, they actually became the Shohid, the martyrs. So I actually categorically intentionally I put both the photos that this is a language movement photo of 1952 in Bangladesh, and the second one is a language movement. It's a like it's there in the wall actually, that someone has painted it, and it's like a slogan. So they actually try to say that how the 19th May of 1961 is so important for them, and it is another language movement in which like lots of people, they became the martyrs, they became shohid in Shilchar, and there was a huge like shootout by the police there. And the most important thing or astonishing thing regarding this is, as most of these Bengalis actually who migrated to Assam after maybe 1952 or around 1955, they have experienced this language movement once in Bangladesh, like today's Bangladesh. At that point of time, it was East Pakistan. And they thought that if they migrate to this land, first, it's a land for both the Hindus and the Muslims, number one. So it is like kind of their desh, their own country. Number two, they thought that, oh, everyone is Bengali there, so no one is going to impose Urdu on us. But after they migrated here, they realized that, oh, how this happened, that these Assam government, they are trying to actually impose their language on us. So previously it was the Urdu speaking Punjabis who tried to, or West Pakistanis who tried to impose Urdu on us, and now it is the Assamese people who are trying to impose Assamese on us. So they thought that, oh, we are experiencing the same thing in this land. So when a researcher is trying to archive these kind of voices or these kind of tones, like it's so important to understand the undercurrents, that what they are trying to. So if you notice this photo very carefully, photo of this rally, this in the second photo, so the artist who have drawn this photo, like if you see the rally, he or she tried to actually draw some images as shadows. So she tried to show to the government that okay, don't think that like in this rally we are maybe 100 people or 1,000 people. So we have many other shadows as well who are the supporters of this movement. So as a researcher, it's so important to understand the tones of these pamphlets, of these like of these slogans, of these like wall things. So it's very important to understand the marginal voices and how they perceive themselves. It's very, very important. Please change the slide. And when we talk about the partition studies, and when we talk about the reflections and reminiscences, please change the slide, Madhumita. It's so important. So if you see this, if you like watch this photo carefully, so you will feel like that, what is this? Is it a Tulsi Bedi, which is a very traditional kind of thing, like which we always try to, even if we have a very small flat, we always try to keep a Tulsi Bedi in a tub probably, huh? So it is so important, as it's something very like very pious or very pure and very good for the family or something like that. And if you notice it carefully, it is also looking like a graveyard, like the way the Muslims, they always try to see. So actually, when we talk about partition studies, so we'll have to, especially for the memory studies, especially someone like who is working on memory studies, or who is working on partition using the literary sources. So it's very important to remember that there is a kind of composite culture in Diran East Bengal. So there are actually some reflections and reminiscences like this when we try to conduct a partition study or something like that. So this is actually a graveyard of a Hindu. So both are actually true. So it is a kind of graveyard, but not a Muslim, but a Hindu, and also a Tulsi Bedi is there. So someone plucked a Tulsi actually leaf, a kind of sapling there. so that people can differentiate from these to the other graveyards of the Muslims. So it is actually a wonderful example of the composite culture of Bengal. So I put it in the slide. So Madhumita, can you please change the slide? So when as a researcher, so you will have to think that when you are trying to write something new, so the challenge is that how to recover their unheard voices and untold stories. As I said, that it's almost 77 years of partition. So how to actually how to like collect new kind of materials or say new kind of things or argue new kind of things or write something in your book or in your journal articles which will be new, as like so many social scientists has explored all these things. Please change the slide. So I think that there are actually two ways. One, extracting facts from the archives, number one, and two, the two archive refugee voices. So it is so important that if you are doing it in a process that you will be able to do both, and it will be very good for the future generation of the refugee scholars. So one is this is the list. I'm not reading it. It's available already, so you can always like go to an archive and search all this stuff. No, okay, but the important thing is, yeah, so next slide. It is also like very available kind of things. So it's like institutional papers, private papers, legislative assembly debates. It's readily available. These two things are not readily available: this pamphlet and memorandums of the refugees and newspaper reports, especially that section that letter to the editor. That segment is very important when you will get to hear the refugee voice, like what those people were demanding at that point of time, like what they were writing, that what they exactly need or what they exactly want or what they got. It may be a success story as well. So don't think that like everyone is repenting and everyone is saying that's bad or that is bad, but it can be a success story as well. And it can be a story of empathy as well. So there are so many stories like that. I interviewed someone, she's from Netrokona, she's no more unfortunately. She was a headmistress of Shohid Nagar Colony School. So she told me for the first time that, uh, 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 partition was like a bliss in my life. I have never heard this sentence from any of the respondents. So I was very surprised. I said, really? She said, yeah, I was just in a village and I'm sure that I could never study so much. And I got married with someone and he was so poor and I was very good in studies. So my husband actually, he inspired me to study more, and as he thought that if I get a government job, so that will be very good for our family. So first she became a teacher of Shohidnagar colony, and that was a private school. And then they approached the government to like give some kind of donations, and then it became a government school afterwards, and then because she became a headmistress. So you can imagine, so it was a huge success story of a very village girl. Like she started from a village of Netrokona and ultimately she became the headmistress of a like of a very good school, very reputed school. Now like Shohidnagar Colony School is a very reputed school. So she said the partition is like a blessings in my life. So if I was there to maybe my father would get me married when I was 12 or 13, as it was very risky in that part of Pakistan. So thank God we have migrated. So don't think that every time it was a very sad story or it was a very bad story and everyone suffered. It's not like that. Now I think that some of you may target to write the stories of empathy or write the stories of like helping others. So there are so many stories like that. So I always think of doing something like that, but I don't know. I think the new generation people, they should target to do all these things, but you will have to do it very fast, as lots of people they are no more, like the way I have mentioned about Shobhadi. So next slide. I think that for partition historians or the social scientists who are working on the partition, I think that this segment is very important, that memoirs and literary works. So it's very, very important, as from memoirs, like I did it from Monoranjan Vyapari's work. Like I read something from the primary sources, archival sources, which I got in the National Archives in Delhi of 1964. And then I tried to see that what exactly happened in that camp. And it's really possible to compare, trust me. So it's really possible. So I actually got this feeling that what he was writing, that some relief, like some rice and some horrible rice and some relief came by a truck, and it was so terrible that some of the camp dwellers, they died, especially the children. So I actually found out those kind of letters in the primary sources, that someone wrote, a superintendent wrote, yeah, we have sent a truck carrying this relief to this camp. So you really can make a complete story by using memoirs or by using literary works. And literary works are so important, as it actually talks, these stories are more human, I believe, as they are not talking about numbers, they are not talking about tables, not graphs, nothing. So it is more a human kind of story, and you can get a human touch out of it, and you really can understand kind of popular mentality, the way now we talk a lot about the history using a mentality or something like that. So I think that these approaches are so good. Lots of people, like, who are researching abroad, they are not working on the history of mentality. So it's so important to understand the psychology of people and how they approached it and why they approached it. And you actually can understand or can try to write something, that how did the refugee issues got addressed in the literary works, and what is the nature of representation of refugees in contemporary literature. As we know that there are so many literatures available now, including the Dalit literature. So you have like memoirs like Annoda Shankar Roy, or Kichu Sriti Kichu Kotha by Shoibal Kumar Gupta, who are really in a very high post and they saw everything from above. But we also have like autobiographies of Manoranjan Bapari, Ajit Bishwas. There are so many things. So someone actually can write a whole book on the history of mentality of the refugees. So at times I feel like that I want to do all these things, but it's not possible. So the new generation, they should come up with these very new interesting works. So next slide. So now I wish to show that how a representation of in the in the popular media or in the primary sources are different from the personal memoirs. So for that, to show you that, I chose West Bengal as a case study. Okay, so if we read or if we know about the West Bengal or the history of East Bengal, Dhaka, so we know that the migration was not a new thing in these cities' life. So it was very common or very popular, but West Bengal first experienced the migration. Like West Bengal was very seasoned to handle people who are skilled, as everyone, if someone is very good in probably science or humanities or something, so we have a tendency to send our sons and daughters to like cities or to actually other destinations which are good, like Madhumita pursued her PhD from the US, as she thought that it's a very good institution. So this kind of migration was normal, and Calcutta was very seasoned with this kind of migration of skilled people. But from the famine of 1943, Calcutta first started or experienced migration of unskilled laborers, as Kolkata never experienced this kind of migration, that lots of villagers, they came to Kolkata and they asked for the fan. So which is fan is water or a liquid which we derive when we try to make rice. So they knew that they can't ask for demand for rice, so they asked for fan. So it was a slogan like fan dao ma fan dao. So this kind of migration actually Kolkata has never experienced. So the second flow of migration was the refugee migration. Okay, please change the slide. So if you notice the archival documents very carefully, so what was the refugee experience that depicted in the archival documents? It's so interesting. So in the archival documents, you will get a tone like that. Although migration was not unknown, the refugees posed a threat to the urban conditions. As the kind of nosy Calcutta people, they thought that who is these beggars? That why they are making our city like so dirty, and they don't have any urban skills and they don't have any knowledge. So we actually can't accommodate them. And the most important part was that refugees were actually all over the city. So there are some areas in which that the normal Calcuttans, they decided not to leave. And these refugees are so horrible, so notorious. They don't have any culture. They are not educated. They are stupid people. They are from villages. They don't know any norms. And they got settled down anywhere. Like they are cooking on the road, and they are doing things, and they are using this road as toilets. So if you read the archival documents, you will not get that human touch, that you will never get to know that oh, they are so bechara, they came by train and they don't have any other option other than to seek a temporary like address or in Shialda station, and Bechara, they are actually cooking in Shialda station as they don't have any place, and government is not arranging anything to take them in a official camp or something like that. And words such as refugee relief and rehabilitation, actually it started coming into the urban legislation. So it was never there. This term refugee relief and rehabilitation, it was never there. So please change the right. So the refugees, when I talk to them, they always said that they were always remained as others in the eyes of administration, as if the administration, they don't have any responsibility regarding them, and their characteristic features and the way of expressing themselves, as their accent was very different. Like the way the Kolkata people, they used to talk in Bangla, converse in Bangla. These Dalit refugees or refugees from the Mufassil towns, their Bangla was very different. And they always, like the Kolkata people, always try to term them as Bangals. So they are horrible people. They don't know anything or something like that. So when they realize that they can't do anything against it, then they become very vocal against this discrimination and marginalization. I really love this story. So how these rural people, how these very like uneducated and very like unskilled people, they started posing a challenge to the authorities, to these educated people, to this society. So I really feel like that's a success story. Please change it. So it is actually the categorization, nothing to explain. So you can see that how was the camp and how was the colonies. So in colonies, they were self-settled refugees. They came with some kind of like cultural resources, the way, or social resources, the way Professor Shekhar Bandyopadhyay always termed them. So these self-settled refugees, they were actually in a better condition as they have some contacts at least, but these camp refugees, they were solely dependent on the government. Please change. And it's so important, this slide is very important, the differences in nature of obstacle and their respective demands. So if you consult different kind of sources, so in the National Archives of Bangladesh, I found that all these letters from the refugees or the migrants means who migrated before 1947. So they were not refugees, they were migrants. They always letters like complaints about harassment and loot and appeal to rescue the Hindus and claims of compensation against the property. So it was a popular tone. In IB records or the police record, intelligence bureau records or police records, so problem created by the self-settled colony refugees, it's always there. These intelligence bureau are like conveying to the government that they are horrible people, as the state was denying to rehabilitation of these destitute ones waiting for the camps for long. So it was a very popular kind of tone. So you will see that when you will try to figure out your methodology, you will see that how these tones are so different when people are actually talking about the same time period. Like in the archival documents, which is available in the National Archives, in the Tin Mukti Bhavan. Madhumita, please change the slide. So you will see that how this tone is so different. Like someone is complaining against the incomplete and unreliable data on rehabilitation, and some of them are complaining, but all these documents are like, if you target a year like 1955, and if you consult these kind of documents from everywhere, from different kind of sources, so you will be able to understand that how these like nature of sources are so different. And then you will be able to understand, which I wrote a little bit in the last book we wrote actually, which we'll publish probably in the next year. So we actually wrote about the politics of archive. So you will have to understand that who decides that what to keep in the archive, what not to keep in the archive. So what you are actually reading in the archive or what you are reading in the private papers or institutional papers, that is not a total picture. Like once I started trying to figure out that what happens to someone, like if I get something about A and I try to figure out that what happened to him, I never got a complete story. So I never got to know that what actually happened to them. So one story is there actually in the Manchester University, that website, when I wrote about a Sindhi refugee. It's there, it's actually available in the internet. So it is a reckoning of the refugee. It is actually a website. It is, so one Sindhi refugee, he migrated and he kept on asking to people, and we don't know that what finally happened to him. And it is not applicable in the case of India or Pakistan. It's applicable even in the US here. If you go to Geneva, if you case file, individual case files, they have huge files that they say called as individual case files. You will never get to know that what happened to a lady or what happened to a family. And you will often like get to hear there actually in Europe that someone is crazy, she's not normal, as she's behaving like a crazy person or something, like the way we call that mad, that someone is mad, but he or she is not mad. He or she is suffering so much that like this society or these policies, they are actually trying to make her a mad person. So that is the thing. So you will always have to remember that what is the politics behind it. So you can't just see it just like that. Okay, so here I try to, please change the slide. Here I try to, after explaining that official sources or official policies, so I put some of the letters of the refugees which are actually the more authentic sources. I should put it in that way. But what was the major problems in reconnecting refugee voices? So I realized that since these refugees were actually from a very rural background, so they were generally illiterate. So when you even try to locate these letters written in Bangla or any other vernacular languages, I saw many letters in Urdu, many letters in Hindi. I can't read Urdu, I can read Hindi. So in most of the cases, these letters were thus written not by themselves, mostly by someone else. And since these refugees were actually illiterate, so they actually narrated their stories, but they didn't have any idea that what that person, what he or she has actually written. So it was always like by giving someone some money, and for like instead of taking some money, someone agreed to write a letter. But that refugee, they gave just a sign or just a stamp, but they didn't have any idea that what is exactly written there. So in some cases, what they said, these dalals, they call it a dalal, an intermediary person, he has written this on, and in most of the cases he wrote whatever he thought that he should write. So these are also not very authentic sources in that case. And there are involvement of the political parties. Madhumita, can you please change the slide? Oh, I'm running out of time probably. So there are involvement of political parties, and the individual refugee families did not get much attention. But these letters are more authentic, but we are not very sure that like in a particular file, how many letters you are actually consulting. That probably there were 60 letters or 60 note sheets, and they kept only 16 or they kept only 20. So it may differ actually. You may like are not getting the right picture. So the letters often could not represent their own tones and nature of crisis. So next slide. They actually had to negotiate with the state, and only some newspapers are there which actually helped them by publishing articles on their miseries, and they were actually altering nature of the demands through slogans and language of pamphlets. So it was there. So when we think about the Madhumita, can you please change the distinctive methodology, problems and possibilities? So when we think about you'll have to scroll actually down before.
I will change this one also. This one.
No, no, you will have to move on
Go
the
back.
other side. Yeah.
The-
Right.
yes.
So there are distinctive. It's very important that there. If you look at the trend of writing chronological pattern on partition or in on refugee studies, so there were the importance was on the political move. Then people started writing about the violence. So everything was on violence, on the riot politics and everything. From 1970s, actually, the anthropologists and sociological approaches, actually, they started consulting the official documents and oral sources. And macro level research started from late 1980s. And from 90s, we got a social South Asian perspective. I should mention here about at least two authors, Mushirul Hassan for the Punjab side and Onobi Shamadar for the eastern side, who actually brought all these aspects under one umbrella. So before that, it was like the chronological pattern or the violence or like trying to write the way we call it a high politics kind of thing, that everything did by the British and the Congress was, they were manipulative and the Muslim League did this or did that. But from the human perspective or the from macro level research, so it started from 1980s, late 1980s, and we got a South Asian perspective from 1990s, which is a total picture, like incorporating at least India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh at a time. And tendency of viewing the whole discourse through area studied, it has started in late 90s. So from there, actually, I think that the refugee studies or the partition studied, it had started taking a different shape. And studies on the people's experience, next slide, it started actually from late 1990s, and they started talking about the voice of the margins, which is a gender studies kind of thing, and in which Ruboshi Butalia, Ritu Menon, Kamla Basin, they were like the pioneers who started saying that we are here to write about the women issues. So it's very important, I think, as the women, I will talk a very little bit on the women issues or women thing here, as I don't have time. But I think that is another narrative, and that is a very different literature from the main course or for the mainstream partition literature or partition history writing. Okay, and layered nature of the narratives across borders. And it is very important that report of the collective retelling of strategy. I actually got to know about it from when I started searching things on the Birangonas. Birangonas were the raped women of the war of 1971, Liberation War. So obviously, like, they are not, it's a conservative society and they are not keen to talk about their rape incidents and violence what they face. So they decided to tell it as a collective recollection. So no one's name was mentioned, and they just talk about as a story. So there is a tendency right now about this collective retelling of this tragedy. Next slide. And if we see the refugee women, so it's so different, and it's so problematic that in the archival sources they always try to categorize these refugee women or the partition women as site of memory or site of violence. That's it. Okay, so in all official correspondence, you will get a very strange feeling like this. So I put actually some of the evidences from archival sources and from my own research, from my oral narratives, to make the respondents understand that how this happened. So if you please change the slide. So I try to notice that what is the popular representation of refugee women in the films and literature. It's so important. In the films and literature, you will always see some bloodshed and some terror and feeling of loss and tears of helplessness. So that's a typical representation of partition women and refugee women. In the primary source, you will always get with what I was mentioning, that it's always an incomplete data or unreliable data of abduction and participation of women in socio-political movement. You will never get a total picture. In legislative assembly debates, police records, and newspaper reports, you will always get to know about the recovery operation or forcible recovery, or like how they try to convert a woman from Hindu to Muslim or Muslim to Hindu, or something kind of a story. And in memory studies, it's absolutely silence or reconstructing biographies. That's it. So this is actually the popular representation of refugee women, which is so problematic. We really need to work on this. And this is the photo of a very famous Bengali novelist. Her name is Selina Hussain. So who actually experienced partition. So she helped me to understand these kind of categories. So out of gratitude, I put her photo. And the next slide is more interesting, as I have interviewed probably 68 respondents, women respondents, and I actually tried to categorize them in 4 things. And I wish to mention here, declare here, that these categories they have mentioned. I didn't categorize them as educated middle class or educated elite women. I asked them that how you see it. So they told me, yeah, I'm from a lower middle class family, or I belong to a lower middle class family, or I'm educated middle class woman. You know, I did this or I did that, and the downtrodden classes. The educated and elite women, they said that patriarchal assumptions leading to problems for women's identity and agency. So from this statement, you can understand that they have got huge exposure and they were kind of lucky. So the educated middle class women, they said that women had to bear the main burden of the displacement. So this is very interesting that someone said that, you know, they always ask for rice and dal to us, not to the male members, these children. So we always felt like that, oh, we are responsible. We'll have to provide them at least rice and dal. So in Bangla, we say bhat and dal, which is basic for any Bengali family. So the lower middle class women, they said that there was a tremendous psychological pressure. So they had to go out for work, for odd jobs actually. Some of them have experienced many other things which was depicted in many films, you know, Ritik Ghatak films or something like that. And the downtrodden classes, they said that they had to negotiate with the change environment and the state policies. So which is my argument, next slide, which is my argument is that the actually the refugees, they compel to become the actors with their individual collective demands. And if you see this photo carefully, that even feel like that it was a photo of a colony area in 1960s. So they always try to recreate their identity. So if someone like got us piece of land or 2 rooms or some or 1 room, they always try to recreate their home. So if one tree was there, mango tree was there in their old home in the left, so in this new establishment with this 1 room, they intentionally put 1 mango tree on the left, so that they can get a feeling that, oh, so it's same. So I think that nostalgia and this collective demands, all these things, like, it was so huge for them. So when you will study, you will have to understand these undercurrents, these emotions, this nostalgia. Otherwise, I don't think that anyone really can understand their feeling. Even the 2nd generation and 3rd generation people are saying something. And it's the last slide. So it is actually for the students, for the researchers. So we often think that how to think about new things, or how to think about new theorizations, and how to do all these theorizations at all. Am I capable to theorize something? Am I good enough to theorize something? I always ask this to myself, as I always thought that I'm a war student of history. I don't understand anything, and there are very big professors who are theorize things and who can write in very different and difficult English, something like that. But it's so important, you know, you really can theorize something, you really have your own hypothesis, you really can establish yourself, and you really can compel people to quote you. Really, trust me. So this is actually wonderful examples of theorizing things. So Bakhtin, what was Bakhtin's contribution? So he actually, this connotation, polyphony, is very new. And Bakhtin thought that when we try to mix the voices, and if we think that all these letters or all these pamphlets, like Bakhtin thinks that it has a dialogic character, or it has a dialogic nature of argument. So when they said that they were entering into conversation with themselves, so with their social context, so it is possible that when you are reading even primary sources, if you think that it has a dialogue, all these letters also, you can imagine a dialogue. So you actually can hear a voice which is a mixed voice, or which is a very different kind of conversation. So through these processes, actually, one can think of inventing a new theory, or one can situate his or her own theory to the existing like structures or to the existing theories, and you can really compel people to quote you. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Ghoshal. As usual, a very, what should I say, incisive, detailed account. And I learned so much, and my head is brimming with questions, but I will ask you my questions later because these participants have priorities. Okay, so let me first take Malika's question here. Malika is a history professor from West Bengal, and she teaches in Kalna College. Now, she's talking about social and cultural impact of the partition. I think that is what exactly we are trying to do now, go beyond the political side of the story, that, the view from the top, and understand the social and cultural aspect and changing role of women in society. I think that is Dr. Ghoshal pointed out to that we have to move beyond, and she's going to answer the question because I want to tag a question along with Malika's on the same line. That's why I'm telling this, that we have done stories on violence, we have done stories on rape. We need to now look into the changing role of women, and Dr. Ghoshal did point out to the fact, and I want to tag a question along with that of Malika's. Do you think that and you mentioned one case study where you pointed out that lady said that the partition had been good to her because she got an opportunity to educate herself, eventually got a job and made her life. Now, even if we do not, even if we do not get ample examples of such positive stories, are we in a position to account for the changing lifestyle of women as refugees, either in the refugee camps or when they settled down? Was there a qualitative change, good or bad? Are we in a position to account that? Wait.
Sorry. I muted myself. Yeah, I forgot to unmute. Yeah, actually, it's very, very, very important to understand this. And I wish to mention only one point through which everyone will be able to understand that how the lives of these refugee women has got changed. Absolutely. If we talk about their participation in the Satyagraha movement initiated by the refugee political parties, UNHCR or something like that. So when the police, they started like firing on the refugees and like or throwing all these gas bombs or something like the water bombs or something like that, the strategy became that they actually first tried to gather all these women and they put in front of those rallies. So first these male counterparts, they try to use them or use their identity, as it's unethical to attack all these women, you know, that you can rape a woman, but you cannot put like weapon on women. So it's bad. So, but later, if we read the Intelligence Bureau reports carefully, they became so careful, so cautious about all these things. It is written there in Shediner Kotha. It is written there in many actually autobiographies. So there is one book actually, Gargi Chakraborty, Coming Out of Partition. She has written it so beautifully. Really, one can consult these books. So we will be able to understand how these lives of these women have changed. And they actually joined in the political parties for their own rights, apart from like going out for jobs and everything. Also, they were in professions which were meant for the women. So I think that it was a bliss even for the traditional West Bengali women. So through these like refugee, even in Punjab, women, So they actually got an exposure to the public life. So I think that even if it's some stories are not as like very celebrated story or a success story, I think that it was a major reason behind like the way now you and I and participants, they are asking questions. So we are so vocal in our public life. So I think that they have a huge contribution even behind our empowerment. So that is my strong belief.
Yes. And it reminds me of Meghataka Tara. See, we
Yes,
are
and Mahanagar too.
Yeah,
Ma'am, also
absolutely.
Mahanagar. Mahanagar, the spin by Satyajit Ray.
yes,
Yes,
the spectacular changes, but the women going out
the
and
sales representative.
great honor
Yeah.
of family, and that gives her some amount of confidence, along with the sacrifices she makes. And the sacrifice actually
Absolutely.
gives you some amount of confidence. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So
Actually, ma'am, I just want to tell one thing. That is
Yeah,
the
please
thing.
tell
This
me.
is, yes, this is actually a part of the course that I have to teach in the fifth
Oh,
semester. Yes, ma'am, we have it in the CBCS syllabus. It's under discipline special elective course.
great.
And this is the portion that I have to teach. So I don't get much literature. So I am privileged enough to have you today to ask this question about
Thank
these two
you.
other.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
it helps. And Malika, you can
Yeah.
always get in touch with her. Though you teach
Yes,
Salma, you stay
definitely.
in Kolkata, right? And you
Yes.
can always get in touch with her. Okay,
Yeah,
we
Yeah.
thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There's another question from Neha Sina and Dr. Ghoshal. There are innumerable compliments you are getting there, but wonderful presentation from Sudarshana. But I'll ask the question first. Good morning, ma'am. Like you mentioned that refugees pose a threat to urban conditions. So how did these refugees, how were these refugees absorbed in the socio-economic world of urban centers, or the sense of othering still continues?
Yeah, actually, what I tried to show in the last to last slide, that how they became the actors. So I have mentioned in my presentation as well that in the late 1940s and even up till 1950s, these refugees, they were under the impression that since they did so much for the nation, for the independence, or they sacrificed so much, both the nation states, they will do something for them. But when they realize that no one is going to do anything for them, so what they started first, they tried to educate themselves and keep their cultures, and number one, and number two, what they did, that they tried to get into a political, mainstream political movement. But in that course, what they did, they actually, they could introduce a very different kind of food habit. One of my PhD students is actually working on this different kind of food habits, that how it happened. It's so important, that how this new kind of cuisine happened. And even if you are in West Bengal, or you are in any of the Mufussil towns, so when you will see that lots of people from East Bengal live, so you will get to notice a very different kind of ingredients in those marketplace, as they know that if they gather this kind of ingredients, so people are there to buy it. So I think it's a very parallel kind of challenge which these refugees they posed, and they compelled the West Bengalis as well as the government to accept them like the way they are. And to me, as a researcher, I see it as a success story, that they compelled even the West Bengalis to adapt some of their practices, eat some of their ingredients, learn some of their. And it's so important, I really want to add here that it's actually very important. Someone can actually work on this. I am searching someone who can work on this. That I tried to search it, what's the reason behind it and how they could manage to do it. And then I realized that all these helps, domestic helps, they were East Bengalis. And they started cooking in those households, and they introduced actually a very new kind of cooking. So it was a mixture of West Bengali cuisine and East Bengali cuisine. And some of the families, they really found it very interesting, as it's something very new with new ingredients. But when you talk about culture, especially the popular culture, I think this kind of mixture was so important.
Right, absolutely. I can give an example, though we are running out of time, but very quickly. Also, apart from all these Bengal cooks we started having, the fact that often East Bengal boys fell in love with West Bengal girls. It happened
Yeah,
with my parents. It happened with
exactly.
my parents. So we started eating
Right,
mishti dal, that is dal which has
right.
sugar, which a East Bengali
Yeah,
will not touch. Okay. At
yeah,
the same time, Hilsha became very much part of any family get together. So this is that
exactly,
acculturation process. So
exactly.
so you can look at the all the compliments that you are getting. Nibha, Khushbu, and Neelam, and Sabia talks about the Partition Museum in Amritsar.
Yeah,
Sabia ma'am is also attached with a virtual partition museum in Kolkata, which does a lot of work. Maybe you can
yeah.
say a couple of sentences on that, Dr. Ghoshal, then we can conclude.
Yeah, in the partition museum we actually try to do lots of things, huh? It's not on the refugee voices or something like that. We actually try to show some kind of oral histories or oral narratives, but I have actually written this whole narrative. So we actually made, what I wrote is that I tried to make it in 6 different timelines.
Hmm.
So when it will be online, I will share that with you. You can actually share that link
Yes,
with the,
the,
as you have that
we
list
have the
with
WhatsApp
the,
group now. I can
yeah,
always
yeah.
share.
You can always share, and they will get fascinated actually. As Orgho, who is the main architect of this partition museum, and Rituparnadi is here. So Orgho, what he did, he experimented with the soils and different kind of textures. So when you will enter in the partition museum, it's a virtual museum. It will be online soon. So you will see all these narratives, documents, quotes from the literatures, some photos from our fieldwork, some photos from history galleries. And I have written it in such a way that you can see it from 1950s, 1960s. So you will see like it's a journey, it's a course. So you are actually walking through history. So this is the main focus of our thing, and you will get a touch of everything like history, politics, and some sociological aspects, some geographical locations. Geography is also, we actually try to map something. So I will not talk much about it, but you need to experience.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Dr. Kushal, thank you very much. I can't thank you enough. As I told you, it has been such an enriching experience. But yes, and I think the participants also learned a lot. And with your permission, can I share the PPT or will you
Yeah,
say?
yeah.
Okay, so I will
Yeah,
share the.
yeah. Please, feel free to share this PPT with the participants. That's the main purpose behind working so hard.
Okay, thank you so
Please
much.
just my request to the participants that please don't share this PPT with
Yes,
anyone. Please
yes.
keep it with you so that people can't misuse it. Huh?
I will
It's out
write
of
that.
my
I
hard
also
work.
will share.
Yeah,
Write
but
that.
you can of course share. Yeah, I'll have to run. Bye
Thank
bye.
you. Bye
Thank
bye.
you. Thank you.
Dear participants, please join back at 11:30. Then we are going to start with our presentation and see you then. With this, we come to the end of our first session. Thank you.
Good morning, madam. Yeah, am I audible? Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Madam, with your kind permission, if you give to share the PPT by 11:30.
I'm not the organizer. Please, Madhumita
Yes.
ma'am must be joining.
I shared one small message also as per your direction 1 minute before I asked. As per your direction, I will join. Thank you, madam. Sorry for disturbing.
Dear participants, welcome back to our session where participants are going to present. Just a second, I will.
Present. Can I share my PPT, madam?
The evaluation shared. Okay, so it is Dr. Sai Kumar who is going to present. Sir, your time starts now.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Can I share? Can I share my PPT?
Yes, please share your PPT. After Dr. Sai Kumar, it is Dr. Nutan Kumari. Dr. Nutan Kumari, are you ready? Dr. Nutan
Yes,
Kumari,
ma'am, I am.
followed by Dr. Manmeet Kaur. Manmeet Kaur. Dr. Siddharth Raja Haldar, please respond. Dr. Siddharth Raja Haldar and Dr. Sutapa Bhattaguha. Dr. Sutapa Bhattaguha. Okay, please start.
Can I go with my presentation, madam?
Yes, yes.
With your
please.
kind permission.
Yes.
The topic related to the Max Muller and his contribution towards India's culture, madam. Let me submit to you with your kind permission. Frederick Max Muller, 1823-1900. Publication of Rigveda with the help of a princely state personality by name Max Muller. His early life until his assumption as professor of comparative studies. Max Muller, his contribution as a professor made a greatest contribution of bringing one of the important things as the Sanskrit, particularly, and his great work, particularly in this particular respect. England, he as a great scholar, erudite scholar, he was going with that. And let me, there was some problem, madam, presentation.
Sorry.
Madam, is it visible, madam?
Everything is visible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. There was something wrong going on. I think scrolling is going on, I think.
Yes.
So when we find about the Rigveda and greatest contributions, particularly, the first Rigvedic volume was published by Frederick Max Muller with his own great contribution. But he became suddenly penniless as per the biography of Frederick Max Muller. And it so happened there was a publication of Hindu paper by Max Muller, any of the people to come back to support him for the publication. Suddenly, it so happened by name, Hosapati Anand Gajpatiraj of the particular area who was interested in cultural area of studies, particularly, who came forward of supporting the publication of the Rig Veda. Two very important, particularly, you may find the Max Muller published 24 manuscripts, the munificent contribution of the Maharaja Ananda Gajapati. And to see here, the most important munificent contribution, particularly with the help of the great Sanskrit scholars of the Benares, Kashi, and other areas, particularly, he brought out the second edition of Rig Veda. This is a methodology with the survey. I had gone to the places like Kashi and National Library, Kolkata. I got this by collection of data, and basing on that, I'm submitting to you, madam. The following are the very important aspect, great interest of Maharaja for the Rig Veda, the decision for the publication, particularly Max Muller, an excellent output of the greatest contribution of the Rig Veda. Max Muller, after completing the Rig Veda of second, wanted to dedicate to Maharaja, but volumes speak that he was not at all willing to accept the publication. In spite, 1 lakh of rupees was given as a munificent support. Hence, he submitted almost like the 4,000 pounds was contributed as per the Nirad C. Chowdhury, who wrote this biography, brought into English particularly, who wrote 4,000 pounds are given by Maharaja. But Maharaja was unwilling to accept for dedication to him. Then he went to Queen Victoria for dedicating this second volume of the Rig Veda, which you are found before you, particularly, which was a Henry Ford, Oxford University Press, original one I shared before you, which was published in 1890 for your submission, madam. To find out about these particular aspects, particularly, you may find the notable generosity of Maharaja was such as stated the book dedicated to the Queen Victoria, particularly, you may find that. But particular aspects in this particular presentation, overall, I had gone with the Max Muller, particularly the greatest contribution of a local prince from India for bringing out in Western aspects our Rig Veda, which was considered as intangible heritage site, particularly by the UNESCO. Such a fabulous work of Rig Veda was brought out by the contributions brought out by Max Muller. He roamed different places.
Please stick to your time limit.
Sumana Babu, please mute yourself.
Yeah, am I okay, madam? Yeah, am I audible, madam?
Yes, you are.
Pardon me, madam. Pardon me, madam. Rig Veda, the Sanskrit Rig Veda, praise versus Vedic language, Vedic knowledge, ancient sacred collection of Vedic Sanskrit hymns. It is worthy to mention context of Muller's letter, particularly. Basing on that, I brought it particularly. The translation of Veda hereafter tell a great extent of fate of India on the growth of millions of souls in that particular country, who wrote to his wife, particularly. It is the root of the religion, and to show what is the root, I feel sure only way uprooting all has been sprung from it during the 3,000 years. As you are well aware about the fact that he was also a person, Max Muller, to bring out about the origin of the Aryans also. The theory was also brought out by him by studying the different Indo-European languages, particularly. I submit to you, according to the Max Muller statement, the hymn of Rigveda are set date 1500 BC. The Rigvedic, particularly 6000 BC, basing on astronomical reference, what is mentioned in this translation. It, in all, 10 families of Rishi's accounts were brought out by him. By, you may find Angiras, particularly Vasishtha, particularly, and Vishwamitra, like that Kashyapa, Kanva, Bhrigu, Agastya, and 30 manuscripts had gone with the Bhandarkar Oriental Institute. As you are well known, madam, this is the first Oriental, Indian Oriental language protection, R.G. Bhandarkar at Pune, where he went and also collected for this making of the things. And in addition, he had gone through some of the foreign libraries. Some of the original scripts are brought out, even in the Paris library, madam, by Max Muller. He also gone with some of the parts of Rigveda. He got it not only Oriental Institute of Pune, but some are taken away from India and kept at the Paris library, as it was mentioned in this original autobiography by Niratshi Chowdhury, which was brought out into English, as it was mentioned. And it is a very important factor. The translation of Rigveda, special mention as this article focuses on monumental work of Max Muller, the hymn of the Rigveda, with Sayana's commentary, London. Particularly, you may find the article assumes a special importance of Max Muller translation of sacred books of the East, the new Encyclopedia Britannica, particularly, you may find. Next, we also find this particular contribution was made by the great Maharaja of the North Coastal Andhra Pradesh, who was the king princely state 1857 to 1857 to 1897, Maharaja Anandadipati, and he was a princely state in charge of 1879 to 1897. During his tenure, this type of things are munificent contribution, you may find, madam. This is all in a brief way I brought it. Finally, I conclude with the Swami Vivekananda conclusion. When the whole work was published, one of the association of the new monotheistic Hindu thing, Muller, could be summarized as follows. As by publishing the Rigveda at a time when Vedic learning has, by some sad fatality, became almost extinct in the land of its birth, you have conferred a boon upon as Hindus, for which we cannot but eternally grateful, as it was said by Sri Swami Vivekananda. As with that, I conclude my presentation, madam. Thank you. As per the schedule, as per the time, I had gone with that. If any mistakes are there, please forgive me, madam, and suggest, madam.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sai Kumar. My only question to you is, this refresher course with any of the presentation, did any of the presentation actually help you to see your research in a new light, or did you find any new resources from this refresher course, learned any new methodology that could be of use to your work?
Yes, ma'am. 1 minute, madam. Can I submit, madam? At the end, I am very much grateful to the authorities for giving me this opportunity with a renowned organization and the organizers who have been continuously from the time till now. Every time, whenever we are putting any type of request, you are giving a fabulous things are given to us, madam. And only one request, madam, if possible, kindly share to our email any of the, like Swaran Singh yesterday, I was sharing to him. I was fortunate to talk to him. The renowned scholars, you brought it from the day one till now, madam. Please, and grateful to you and the organizers for giving me this opportunity, and the Vice Chancellor.
Do you have any plan of publishing your research?
Yes, madam. Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
In which journal we asked for journal names, right?
Yes, madam. If you could kindly permit, I will be at your disposal, madam.
Sorry?
If you could permit me, I am ready to contribute any type of article regarding the publication from your side of the university.
Actually, we asked that all participants should give us name of 2 journals
Yes,
where they can publish their work.
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Sure, ma'am.
So you did not mention any journal where
Yeah.
you intend to publish your work or others working in ancient Indian literature can publish. Could
Yes,
you
ma'am.
find out any journals which could be useful?
Yeah. Madam, Indian History Congress is one of the important journals, and AP History Congress, madam, Andhra Pradesh History Congress, as everybody knows, regarding the over 70, 60 years of India after independence, their contribution, for the Indian History Congress from Delhi University, South Indian History Congress also. This article is also in a way, not directly this topic, indirectly, this topic is already published by ICHR, Indian Council for Historical Research.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay,
Thank you.
next
Thank you.
speaker, please. Dr. Nutan Kumari. Dr. Nutan Kumari.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
I'm
and
here.
Dr. Manmit Kaur is here. Dr. Manmit Kaur.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Mr. Siddharth Raja Haldar. Okay, all right. We have 2 speakers here. Please go ahead. Shutopa Bhatta Guha. Shutopa Bhatta Guha.
Ma'am, I'm there.
Yes, and Bhavya Jain. Okay, all right. We'll see. Please start. Next speaker.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Just give me a second so that I can share my screen. Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Just a second. Yes, it is.
Okay, ma'am. Good morning to one and all present here. I'm Dr. Nutan from Amity University, Patna. And my topic for presentation is education in mother tongue at school level. As we all know that the new education policy, the national education policy is the 2020 is a landmark change in the education system that has been introduced with a vision of creating quality education, quality institutions, a culture of innovation and a highly skilled workforce, making revolutionary reforms in the Indian education paradigm. Now, one of the main drivers of the many new changes in this new education policy is the introduction of mother tongue language as a medium of instruction up to preparatory stage so as to remove the language barriers. Now, the aim of this policy is to improve learning, increase student participation, and reduce dropout rates for in the education system. Now, the aim with which I have taken up this study is to understand and examine. I have mentioned the objective that I want to examine the scope as well as the challenges to implement mother tongue as a medium of instruction up to preparatory stage. There are 2 hypotheses, which one is null hypothesis and the other one is alternate hypothesis. The hypothesis says that there are no prospective challenges to implement mother tongue as a medium of instruction up to the preparatory stage. And the alternate hypothesis says that there are prospective challenges to implement mother tongue as a medium of instruction up to the preparatory stage. Now here I read the exact para, that is the para number 4.11 of new national education policy, which states that wherever possible, the medium of instruction until at least grade 5, but preferably till grade 8 and beyond, will be the home language, mother tongue, local language, or regional language. Thereafter, the home or local language shall continue to be taught as a language wherever possible. This will be followed by both public and the private schools. The clause adds teachers will be encouraged to use a bilingual approach, including bilingual teaching, learning materials with thus with those students whose home language may be different from the medium of instruction. Now, these are certain highlights from the national education policy, but keeping in mind the constant of the time and the purpose to which this refresher course has been serving towards, I will just, and the instructions, following the instructions of the organizers, I'll just confine to the highlight which my presentation caters to, that is the section 4.11 to 4.22, which perhaps this implementation or execution of education in mother tongue serves to the multilingualism. Now here in the next slide, I have tried to highlight the language diversity of India. There's a saying which says that "Kos kos pe pani badle das kos pe vani." Now, look, that triggers certain challenges which I could foresee, and which during the course of the time of my study, when I conceived this idea of working on this in this area, I could foresee. Now, how do I link it to the refresher course, and what food for thought I got? Before I come to that, I would just talk about certain highlights which I could find just at this study is all at a very nascent stage, because I conceived this idea during this refresher course only organized by Amity University, when on the, I guess, day 2 or day 3, one of the speakers came, and then I'll be talking a little later about that. There are certain points of attention which requires immediate addressal of probably the policymakers and all the stakeholders who are involved into some or the other way into this. The first point which I have mentioned is the language barrier among the students who goes for further studies, because India is a diverse country with many culture and many languages. So that is what I mentioned just now, that is kos kos pe pani badle das kos pe bani. Now, non-availability of trained teachers to teach all the students, all the subjects in their mother tongue. Like there was one study in Nagaland, and in Nagaland itself, there are so many languages. There are around 14 languages and 17 dialects. And to form a common language is one of the biggest issues in that place. And if one common language cannot be formed of, I guess that this genuinely speaks of the problem which might come across in the implementation of education in mother tongue. The other point that I have written is lack of mother tongue book can become a challenge for a teacher to teach, because still we do not have, if I talk about the state from which I belong to, there are so many languages being spoken. Usually people say Bihari, it's not Bihari. There are so many other languages like, we have Maithili, Maghi, Angika, Bajika. So there's different languages. Out of all these languages, just Maithili has found a place in the 8th schedule of the Constitution. So that is one languages, but we still do not have, irrespective of the fact that Maithili is there in the 8th schedule of the Constitution, we still do not have enough material, study material to come up with, and then given, having said that, today's generation who is very much based, reliant on the audio and visual and technology for everything that they do. So we still we do not have the books, we do not have the audios and visual materials, study materials. Now coming to the point which was raised by the organizers, that we have to link it to the refresher course. In one of the sessions by Dr. Rosie Patel, there was one equation given like IQ versus EQ versus SQ, that was explained there. And there only I heard the name of a book for the first time, and that book was a mention of the book. The name of the book was Working with Emotional Intelligence by Daniel Goleman was mentioned. Now, this gave me an idea of exploring further aspects of the impact of IQ, EQ, and SQ. Now, it is said that for language, it is said that the sooner the better. Sooner the better. Like if we learn, we have come across people who know many languages, like at least in India, where we have a 3-language formula. Most of us speak 3 languages, one at the home, the other one Hindi, and the third one English. So these 3 languages, when we are exposed to our academic institutions and all, we start picking up. Now taking up essentially one language, that is the mother tongue language, and that too in a classroom where we have our classrooms are also formed of, like, due to the transfers of the parents and all, we have different, like a student from Bihar might go across. I have felt this in my family as well, where students of my family, they suffer. They are in Odisha and they are in other states, and they say that I cannot learn Odia, I cannot learn Assamese, but they have to essentially pass in that particular this. So I don't know, I can still foresee some challenges that if in a classroom there are students from Assam, Odisha, Bihar, Bengal, and so on and so forth, because the constitution gives us the right to stay anywhere and enjoy our art. I don't know how far will it be possible for us to implement in its true word and spirit. Some of the references that I have taken in this is just all within these 14 days of the I'm sorry, refresher course that triggered the thought of exploring the IQ, SQ, and EQ behind the learning and what impact this mother tongue can have over a mind of a learner. So it was all this. So the reading is also not very exhaustive, it's very few. And also we were asked to mention some of the names of the journals where we can publish. I feel that these should be published in the NCERT journals and the periodicals. That is the Indian, some of them are Indian Journal of Education Technology, and then the Voices of Teacher and Teacher Educators. And also, of course, one of the research project I have also taken up from ICHR, that is Indian Council of Historical Research. So these are some of the major sources which can publish and which can emphasize not only the prospects but also the constraints of execution of this 4.11 of the NEP, that is education in the mother tongue at school level. Thank you so much. I hope that I have done a little bit of justice to this presentation.
Okay. Dr. Newton, that was a very comprehensive presentation considering the limited time that we have given you. But I'm glad. I have only one quick question. I want to know that in your field work, what is the size of your data sample?
Ma'am, in the field work, I will just, I'll take up, my area is Bihar. So I'll be, for this study you are willing to say, right?
Right.
So for this, ma'am, I'll be taking up, I have around 60 schools, wherein I'll be talking to the students, the teachers, the principals, and the parents.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Dr. Manmeet Kaur.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning. Is Mr. Siddharth Raja Haldar there yet? Siddharth Raja Haldar.
Good morning, ma'am.
All right. Please wait. After Dr. Manmeet Kaur, you will go up. Yes,
Sure.
Dr. Kaur.
Dr. Newton, can you stop sharing the screen, please? Yeah. Okay, ma'am. My screen is visible to everyone.
Yes, yes, it is.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am. So good morning, everyone. So my topic of the presentation is comparing the OTT and cinema, a study of storytelling art form from the prism of feminism. So the central idea is that the study aims to examine and compare the portrayal of the male and the female characters in selected Hindi films. And the data for the present research is 6 films, 3 by the male directors and 3 by the female directors. Lipstick Under My Burqa, A Death in the Gunj, and Dhobighat by the female directors, and Pink Queen and Padman by the male directors. The research explores the aspiration, characterization, and roles of the male and the female characters in the above foresaid films, both male and female perspective through the rigorous qualitative content analysis. And also by analyzing the narratives, character development, and interplay between the male and the female characters in the films. The research also aims to shed light on the portrayal of the gender dynamics in the storytelling and its potential influence on the way the gender is being portrayed in the Indian cinema. And these findings, they are not only related to the cinephiles or the cinema scholars, gender psychology aspirants, social scientists, they can also take up some thought-provoking insights from the present research. So the objectives of the present research is to examine the similarities and the contrast of the storytelling, both on the OTT and the mainstream cinema platforms from the feminist perspective, to examine the representation of the women characters in the selected films, to analyze the portrayal of the gender roles in the selected films, and the data collection can be done on the shed the light for the representation of the women characters, the portrayal of the gender roles, and the overall messaging and the themes of the content. So data is like the 3 films by the female directors and 3 films by the male directors. And the content analysis has been done by watching all the 6 films, and the summary has been summarized in the research paper in the data collection and the findings columns. It has been observed that if you can see the title of the films, the female directors, they have taken the bigger title rather than the in comparison with the male directors like Pink, Queen, and Padman. These are the simple and one-word titles of the film. And Lipstick Under My Burqa, A Death in the Gunj, they are little bigger titles as compared to the short titles. The findings of the present research is definitely there are differences in the storytelling form by the male and the female directors. Female directors, they are more towards the complex and nuanced portrayals of the female characters, because it may be possible that they are portraying those female characters by taking the reality or maybe their own personal experiences and in the form of storytelling. Female directors explore intersectionality in the form of gender, race, class, sexuality more often than male directors, because male directors, they are into somehow the portrayal of the female into the objectification of the females, or maybe the star gaze of the male character is there in the characterization or the portrayal of the female protagonist by the male directors. If we can take the example of the Queen, the male protagonist is also somewhere in the main storytelling who actually motivates the female protagonist, Kangana Ranaut, to explore her self-realization, the empowerment in her character. Male-directed movies tend to simplify the feministic themes as compared to the female directors. And male directors, they may perpetuate the male gaze in their portrayal of the female. Female director movies have more diverse characters and cast, challenge the subvert the male gaze. Female director emphasize the women agency and empowerment. They avoid presenting women as the victim, because Lipstick Under My Burqa, there are 3 characters and they all are exploring their own identity in the patriarchal society. Female directors see women as active agents in their own lives and struggles, and representation in the film industry is needed. Female director using the fresh, empathetic perspective of the storytelling. They are more inclusive in cinematic landscape. They break the traditional gender narratives and they promote inclusivity and representation of the feminism in their storytelling forms. So these are the few findings which I have observed after the content analysis, after observing and watching all the 6 movies, 3 by the male and 3 by the female directors. Now, what is the relation of my research with the refresher course, what I have learned? There was one session on 6th June, session 4, Demographic Consequence by Aditya Prashant sir. And demographic studies are definitely very much important for the social scientists, for the social science research by the academicians and scholars, because when we are taking the gender representation, or maybe the study of, maybe you can say that the university going students, school going students, we need to understand their demographics in terms of ethnicity, in terms of caste, in terms of their aspirations, etc. Then on 7th June as well, Social Science Research Perspective in Amritkal by Dr. Richa Sharma. This session was really very helpful for the researchers to take up projects and fellowship in the social sciences research. And today's morning session as well, when I was dealing with my study, content analysis was the main focus of my study. And ma'am, Anandita Ghosh ma'am, has reflected the importance of content analysis in the chronological order, by taking the time and space as the main variable of the content analysis. And hence it is also a very useful session in terms of social science research, and taking the you may say that the experiential learning in content analysis by taking all the insights from the field, comparison of the insights from the field, characterization of the insights from the field, and how to portray, how to take pictures, how to take the content in a varied form to present the research in a very meaningful manner. So these are the two journals. One journal is from Punjab University, Chandigarh, and the journal is publishing the research paper since 1976. And one is the Global Media Journal, Indian edition by Manipal Institute, and it is a UGC Care journal, and the another one is a peer-reviewed journal. But both journals are authentic, and they are accepting the papers biannually from the academicians and the researchers. Thank you so much. This is all for my presentation, ma'am. Ma'am, unmute.
Question for you, Dr. Kaur. Nice presentation. Now, are you planning to interview some of the actors, directors to understand the play of gender in their performance?
Ma'am, the field work is actually very difficult to manage with the actors and the directors, because by including their time, by taking appointment and scheduling their time for my research is difficult. But yes, I have considered Amol Palekar for one of my research in 2014, where the portrayal of the sexuality in his films was done. So definitely this is a suggestion from your side. I will definitely consider to improve my research in that area. That interview can be one aspect to get the qualitative data field work.
Urvi Mukhopadhyay, I am surprised you did not mention that name. Dr. Urvi Mukhopadhyay has worked on film and the depiction of the medieval. As far as I know, in her research, she has interviewed most prominent directors of the films that she mentioned in her work. Without that, it is very, very difficult, okay? Understanding their voice also as the creator of this genre. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
And yes, next, Siddharth Raja Halda, can you please upload your slides, sir?
Sure, ma'am. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ma'am, and good afternoon, my fellow participants. Ma'am, I hope I'm visible with the screen.
Yes, you are.
Well, thank you very much. And I have worked on the topic fostering diversity at workplace in India. And diversity is a very vibrant and talked about area in HR and in the workplace as well. And I have tried to bring in an evidence-based practical approach. I have tried to study the practices of some of the conglomerates and how do they work in the area of diversity, inclusivity in India, in the Indian perspective. So my first effort is to understand the diversity. It's a review article paper that I have already submitted, and I have tried to extract the summary, the highlights of my paper. And through my research and extensive studies, I found that it's a very, very essential element for creating a thriving and inclusive work environment. And India is represented by and divided by dialect, tradition, language, socioeconomic backgrounds, societies, tribes, and many more variations. So and there is a representation of those population in the workplace. And my article, it explores the significance of diversity in the Indian workplace. It also tries to highlight the benefit of practicing diversity and provides also suggestions for promoting diversity and inclusivity, some of the techniques and the strategies with which we can improve the diversity and the resulting impacts. This paper also tries to find out and also recognizes and appreciates the diversity is the fundamental to building a stronger and more vibrant workplace, and crucial to create an environment that values and represents the unique perspectives, experiences, and contributions to each individual. And the benefits are basically four. It can be expanded further, but the broader heads are enhanced innovation and creativity, which every organization is looking for, because in the era of competition and there is a huge say transformation in terms of technology, products, people, methods, and which is happening almost every day. So the innovation is the key to sustain and diversity, and practicing diversity and inclusivity at the workplace can be a real lifeline for all the organizations. And we can harness on the different backgrounds and perspective, foster a broader range of ideas and solutions, leading to increased innovation and creativity within the team. This was one of the findings. And improved problem solving. And diverse teams have diverse perspectives and thought processes, skills, knowledge, experiences that they carry from their social milieu, background, and which enabling more effective problem solving and decision making process. And expanded market reach. And a diverse workforce can better understand and cater to the needs of a diverse customer base, and leading to increased market opportunities and enhanced employee engagement. And whenever the people are engaged better into their work, obviously the productivity is very, very high. And the strategies to promote diversity at the workplace, the 5 strategies which can be practiced. One is establishing inclusive policies, and which focuses on equality, fair practices in recruitment and promotion, equal pay, and equal opportunities for professional growth. The second strategy is raising awareness. We have to talk to the people in the organization, and we have to sensitize them. And by conducting diversity training and workshops to educate employees and about the importance of diversity, we have to prepare our spearheads, our leaders, our shepherds in the middle management, in the top management also, if required, and with the help of which we can improve the practices of diversity in workplace. The third strategy is encouraging employee resource groups and ERG, that in short, and it provide platforms for employee with shared background of interest to to establish a connectivity, and that would in turn support one another and contribute to the organization's diversity initiatives. The fourth one is reviewing hiring practices, and we should be unbiased in our approach, and we should be inclusive. And what we can do is we can create a diverse bench, or we can create panels for the purpose of recruitment and hiring. And we can also suggest for blind resume screening also, and it should not be loaded or skewed. And the fifth one is mentorship and sponsorship programs. So these are the 5 strategies which can be practiced, and easier said than done, always said, and there will be challenges, and I have suggested some of the strategies to overcome the diversity, the practices challenges. Whenever we are trying to implement the thoughts, the principles, the practices of diversity in the workplace, we may be challenged, and it may be challenged in terms of unconscious bias, and people are not willing to change, maybe because of existing lack of awareness, or there is a lot of inertia which is existing into the system, into the roots, into the culture. Probably that these are the future scope of exploration in this study. Organizations, they should proactively address these challenges through training, awareness campaigns, and foster a culture of inclusivity. Allow people to participate and voice their opinion regularly. They should be allowed to be heard, and regularly assessing and measuring the progress of diversity initiatives is also very, very essential. It should not be restricted to the boardrooms and the discussions, and rather there should be some metrics, and it can be suggested in terms of employee satisfaction, the retention rates, and all of the attrition rate. These can be some of the indicators that how well we are practicing diversity in my organization. And we can also hold leaders accountable for diversity and inclusion goals, and can also drive the progress in the area of diversity practices. While gender inequality is addressed worldwide, it is one of the oldest and most common diversity issue for the world, but India is divided by religion and ethnicity. This is another finding that I got through my study. And implemented a program we should think of as an organization to implement a program designed to help new and newly promoted employees. And right from the day one, and through induction and orientation, at the time of the induction and orientation, this thought should be injected to decode company culture and make business building contributions very, very early on. Deploying customized onboarding programs can help to also arrest employee turnover. Improving recruitment strategies, I have already talked about this particular area. And foster an inclusive culture by actively involving employees in the diversity implementation.
Please sum up. Others are going to speak also.
Sure.
Please, yes, we have 10 minutes to speak. Please do not exceed it by a couple of more minutes. Okay.
Sure, madam. Sure, madam. And the 6 organizations which I have taken into consideration into my study are Tata Group, and Infosys, Accenture, Godrej, Wipro, and Mahindra. So these are the 6 organizations, and they mostly focus on LGBTQ and providing them, allowing them to participate in their workforce, and especially in a curated program for women, like Wipro has, like Women of Wipro, which allows mentorship, counseling, leadership development, and network building opportunities. So these are the areas which are already happening. These are the initiatives which are already being taken care by the conglomerates in India. But there is a big gap which is also existing and a lot of work is yet to be done. And my take homes from the refresher course, and I have attended several say the sessions, and it would be not fair to say that only these sessions were well received, but I could understand from my perspective and specialization ways and means of ensuring emotional well-being, which was talked by Dr. Rosie Patel. Capitalistic development was also very nice lecture. Demographic consequences, I found that this is one of the said talk and the lecture deliberation which from where I can draw many things and include in my future studies. Social sciences research perspective in Amrit Kal by Dr. Richa Sharma. This is a broad area which can be the learnings can be used in so many future say research endeavors. And like the live demonstration of the use of the SPSS was quite fascinating, and tips to write good proposal. And I must share that I have already submitted one proposal to SEBI the last month, and just now I am also working on one more proposal, and probably the tips which I have received through the refresher course, I would definitely include a few in my current endeavor. And sustainability and G20 by Dr. Swati Thakur was also a very good session, and these were some of the very nice and like a test of independent samples through analysis of variance. This is a statistical area which we could get use in the research and make more especially in the quantitative research. And some of the suggested journals, and from the SAGE publications, advances in developing human resources, and another one is also from the SAGE, that is Asia Pacific Journal of Management Research and Innovation, Ames Journal of Management, and Colombo Business Journal. So these are some of the good reputed journals. The first two are the Scopus Index Journal, and the remaining two, Ames and Colombo, they are UGC care listed journal, but they are the researchers may contribute for their academic work and research work. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Very briefly, I will ask you one question. Like, when you studied all this organization to understand diversity, what do you think is the biggest area of discrimination, caste or gender?
Both, ma'am. It is very difficult to establish. In fact, both of them, caste and gender, they make a spiral, and a very complicated spiral, and they reinforce each other. And very difficult to segregate and pack them into two watertight compartments and say that which one is more say detrimental as far as the discrimination is concerned. But we can also think of devising such questionnaire, and maybe thank you for your suggestion, and a study can be taken up.
Yes, thank you so much. The next speaker, please. And please keep to your time limit. I know that we are not giving you, the time, the amount of time you need to elaborate. But the thing is, we have so many speakers that we really need to be very strict about the time limit. Please, the next person is Shutapa Bhatta Guho.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, please.
I'm trying to share mine.
Yes. And then the next speaker is Bhavya Jain. Bhavya Jain.
Good afternoon.
Yes, so it's okay. All right. So, yeah.
Just a second, ma'am.
Yes, please.
I can't swipe my screen. There is some difficulties. Is there any?
We can see it. You can start, Shutapa, Dr. Sutapa. And Dr. Jain, can you please send me, WhatsApp me your topic? Because you have not sent the topic. I do not have your topic with me.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
My topic is gender.
You do it by yourself. Please allow Shutapa to speak. Dr. Shutapa, please start.
Okay, ma'am. My topic, there is need to on my video.
Yes, we can see everything. Just
Okay, ma'am. There might be some difficulties, ma'am. Can I speak?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. My topic is the participation of revolutionary women for women rights movement. So, some difficulties. I will start whenever I speak on women issues. I started from Raja Ram Mohan Roy. Personally, I think, except the effort from this person, his immense effort give us the life, our own life. He gave it back to us. With his lots of effort, he abolished Shoti Protha and gave the opportunity to live our own life in 1829. With this new life, what should we do? He advocated Western education, promoted education for everyone, for every human. This is the most important thing. The first person who told us that women are also the part of humanity. After him, we got Isha Chandra Vidyasagar, the person who gave us the pen, who gave us the opportunity to study. Hindu Widow Remarriage Act. Ma'am, there is some problem might be to showing my slides. I'm facing some.
Don't worry, just upload it in Google Doc. Now you just speak because we really don't have the time, Sutapa, to do this. Okay, you can just it when it works. You can speak. You just speak.
Okay.
Or you are screen sharing. Fine. It is. We are seeing.
Okay, ma'am. Vidyasagar, he gives us many opportunities with his immense help. Hindu Widow Remarriage Act 1856 passed. This act gave us the another opportunity to live a formal conjugal life. Now he tried to protect our childhoods. The Age of Consent Act in 1891. All these acts gave us the opportunity to live our own life in simple manner. He constructed more than 40 schools all over the Bengal and designed the syllabus for girls, syllabus for girl childs. All the syllabus were designed according to our homes. Although he offered us some basic elements of knowledge. After that, we got some of the Brahmo leaders and Brahmo Samaj took active part to educate women. In Maharashtra, Mahadev Govindo Ranaje and his Prarthana Samaj also took a huge initiatives, and in northern India, Arya Samaj, they have taken that initiatives. Now we got new women, educated, enlightened women who can speak for their own, like Sharala Devi and many more women. And these new women, they organized some of the women organizations where women can speak, women can told their own difficulties, they can discuss about their own issues, and these different committees, these different societies, they organized the different lecture sessions for those women. Brahmika Samaj, Brahmika Samaj, it started in 1866. After that, we got the Bengal Mohila Samaj in 1879. After that, we know about Arya Mohila Samaj, and later on Shokhi Samiti, Swarnakumari Devi, and the effort from the Thakur Bari. It gives us a lots of opportunities to the new women and the women from the grassroots level. Although the grassroots level women were not participated in any type of in interactive sessions or any type of Samaj, whatever we can call them. Sarala Devi in 1910, he opened Bharat Sri Mahamandal. It's an all Indian organization, first all India organization where every woman can took their membership, they can discuss their issues, they can they try to sort out their problems. With this journey, the another journey in Indian political life was started, the Indian freedom movement. After some time, this freedom movement and the women movement both are blended with each other. And the women came forward, took active participation in Indian freedom movement. Within those women who participated in Indian freedom movement, they had some of them have chosen the revolutionary movement. I can divide this revolutionary movement into 4 phases. One in 1876 to 1910, and second phase 1911 to 1919. Both the phases were early phases where women supported the revolutionaries from Janana Mahal. They can't take a part actively in the revolutionary works or revolutionary movement. From 1920 onwards, from 1920 to 1923, the third phase, the women have got the opportunity to be an active member of different revolutionary groups. And after 1923 to up to 1938, we got some of the some women who took part in actions, in revolutionary actions. At first, we have got Pushpakuntala Devi in 1928, the wife of Master Surya Sen. She got the first membership in a revolutionary party. She advocated it in front of Master Surya Sen that being a woman, I have also right to serve my own country. I have also right to give my life. I have also right to sacrifice my life for my own country. So you are no one to give me the opportunity or to decide to not to give me the opportunity. But it's the irony, Pushpakuntala Devi was not able to see that she was got the membership of Indian Revolutionary Army. When she was died, she got the membership. After her death, Master Surya Sen gave many women the membership of the Indian Revolutionary Army. The first step towards the equality. She ensured that equality. Pushpakuntala is always remembered for that. And we know the name of Kalpana Datta. Kalpana Datta Joshi, she was active member of Indian Revolutionary Party. He took strong participation in Chattogram, Ostraga, Lunthan. He took actively all the works given to her by Master Surya Sen, and she was the first lady who got the permission from Surya Sen to underground. So the another journey of women started, not only Kalpana Datta, it's a journey of women folk also. First, women who lived the life of an underground person, underground political person. Then we got Leela Nag in 1931. She led the revolutionary groups. Not only groups, she organized Jugantar, Onishilon, and Srishango in a same manner, in one platform. And she is the first girl student in Dhaka University. For her, the university law was changed to give her the admission in graduation, in masters. She was the first girl in masters. Leela Nag also organized the different organizations like Dipali Shangho, Bengal Volunteers, and she took participation in National Congress movement also and in revolutionary movement at the same time. So they want to solve the country. They took the charge of leadership. After Leela Nag, we got Shanti Ghosh, Suniti Chaudhuri, and then we got Beena Das. Beena Das, she tried to assassinate Governor General Stanley Jackson by herself. She arranged pistol by herself, not from any group. She never belongs to any revolutionary group, but she took the responsibility in front of thousands of people to shoot Governor Stanley Jackson. For in this manner, all those ladies established the rights of women, equality of women. They can lead, they can take the charge, they can solve the problems. All these sections of the life they can do. After all these glamorous ladies, they have all the time tried to establish, yes, a girl can do everything for their own country. Sarala Devi.
Papa, if you can
Yes.
just move on now and tell us that how you benefited from the refresh.
Just a second, ma'am. I'm just
Yes.
concluding my
Yes, sure,
portion.
sure.
Sarala Devi in 1930, the first Bengal Women Conference, Women Congress Conference in Calcutta, she demanded 10 fundamental rights for women. One is equal inheritance, equal rights to guardianship, no sex discrimination, fair wages, punishment for sex-related crimes, closed brothels, compulsory primary education, adult education, female teacher in co-educational institution, adult franchises. All those were the demands of Sarala Devi in 1930. Here, she draw the line where to go, but what do we want to achieve? After independence, our leaders and those women's revolutionary, they achieved some portions. Universal suffrage, Hindu Code Bill, Right to Divorce, Anti-Dowry Act, Domestic Violence Act. All these acts are the efforts of these ladies who established them, who established their points, who sacrificed. Prittilata Waddedar, I just forgot to take the name of it, Prittilata Waddedar, who gave her life, the supreme sacrifice for her country. They established their rights and they made our journey easier. So my next point is what Madhumita Di asked me. I'm very much enlightened by Dr. Bulbul Dhara James' gendering discourse, by Elena Shamantarai Jena's understanding of women work through time use methods, and Yogita Chinna Rao, rise and growth of Dalit studies in India, some historiographical notes. So all these articles, all these speakers, they give different lights on the gendered issues. So I got some new thought, new ideas. Mostly I mention it, the understanding of women work through time use method. These speakers enlightened me very much.
Okay.
And
what are your plans of publication, Dr. Sutapa?
At first, I want to refresh my article on through these new lights. Then I want to send it in Journal of Social History, Gender and History, and these and past and present. So these are the options in front of me. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Dr. Bhavya Jain. Dr. Jain. I cannot hear you. I cannot hear you at all. We cannot hear you. And is your name Bhavya Jain or Indu Jain? We cannot hear you at all. We cannot hear you.
Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Hello. Yes, ma'am. Can I present, ma'am?
Yes, but why are you Indu Jain or Bhavya Jain?
Ma'am, myself, Dr. Indu Bharti Jain. Myself, Dr. Indu Bharti Jain.
Your name is there on Friday, and your name is here today as Bhavya Jain and tomorrow as Indu Jain. So you have signed up at two places in 2 days?
No, ma'am. My daughter's name is Bhavya Jain and show the screen Bhavya Jain. But myself, Dr. Indu Bharti Jain. I am working MMU Mulana University Law Department, Assistant Professor, and I would like to express my words, gender-based violence. Can I start?
Yes, please start.
Gender-based violence, ma'am, sometimes referred to as physical, sexual violence, is any dangerous act of sexual, physical, psychological, mental, and emotional abuse committed against a person and based on socially discriminatory differences between men and women. As there are many laws in favor of men and women, but they are totally misused. As international reports suggest, 1 in 3 women globally may experience physical or sexual abuse in their lifetime. Men and boys are also targeted sometimes in displays for refugee female living in humanitarian crisis and armed conflict have also experienced sexual violence. The difference between men and women has certainly taken the form of the beast that now divorce the ranks of women in society. There will be no women in India if we doing nothing now. The natural sex ratio is estimated to between 103 males and 107% 100 females. And any one of the members considered to promote female fetal fertilization. In India, the cause of female feticide is a strong belief that women have a lower social value than men. Lack of education among women, inadequate women's leadership, and negative perception of women as economic burdens contribute to this perception. It is shameful and unfortunate that in country like India, where there was a culture in which women were worshipped and young girls were portrayed as divine female form of Davis, in many parts and communities, mothers were considered as the head of the family during the ancient period. Now many women are humiliated and have less amount of values and respect compared to their male counterparts. It also an unsettling fact. Rape is the fourth most common crime against females in India. According to 2019 annual report of the NCRB, rape cases were recorded across India at an average of 88 cases daily. Almost 70% of Indian women believe that domestic violence against wives is justified for at least one reason. In India, 30% of women have experience domestic violence at least once from when they are aged 15, and around 4% of even pregnant women have experienced spousal violence during a pregnancy. All of these are horrifying statistics about gender-based violence in India. Next crime is kidnapping. The word kidnapping refers to kidnappings from India or kidnappings from official security. IPC section 360 states that anyone who transports any person outside of India without their consent is said to be kidnapping. That person in India, and anyone who takes a child 16 years if male and 18 years if female without their consent or guardian, the permit is said to have kidnapped. The person is legal custody under section 361. The penalty for this purpose is up to 7 years and is fine. And section 366 of the IPC defines kidnapping or seducing a woman to force her marriage and intimate sexual relation in which the offender can be sentenced to 10 years in prison with a fine. Next crime is eve mocking. Eve teasing is a propaganda term used to sexually implicit in public or to rape women by men. It is a problem for today's youth. It is a form of sexual harassment ranging from sexual words, brushing and screaming to touching. Article 509 of the IPC said that anyone who seeks to undermine the dignity of any woman, utters any name, makes any noise, movement or expressive anything that interferes with that woman's privacy shall be liable to imprisonment for a term of 3 years. The next violence against the women, that is capture of chains. Women's theft ends with the abduction of chains and other valuables. This is a common problem in today's society. Older women are the main victims of this crime. And lawmakers also pretend to be police officers and ask women to provide their essentials for security purpose. It is subject to under section 378 of IPC that is called the Indian Penal Code. And next violence is rape. Rape is very broad term to describe, and it has a broader meaning. Common crimes against women in society, and the Indian system have failed to eradicate this heinous crime. The world sees India as a nation of rapists. Next violence against women is sexual harassment. Sexual harassment can be defined as unjustified. Sexual retaliation, sexual harassment, and other verbal or physical abuse of sexual nature. It includes a range of action from minor offenses to sexual assault or sexual harassment. Next, I would like to discuss domestic violence against women. Domestic violence is a common word in our country, as it was for women and is considered a lovely category of human society. Psychology was that a man was earning and working outside, so he had the right to do anything with his wife. But over time, the situation changed, and now women are working for equality. These acts of violence include assault, rape, forced sexual intercourse, and Section 498 of the Domestic Violence Act 2000 5 prescribed annual penalties. Incidents of murder and gross crimes in the name of honor continue to be reported, whether family or class or community. Although most of these murders and crimes are reported in various provinces of India, crime in the name of respect is one of the many violent or abusive acts involving emotions, physical and sexual harassment and other consultative acts. Next crime is cybercrime. That is the part of the gender-based violence. In the technological world, India was also technologically advanced and women were an equal part of it. But sick minds did not give any chance to annoy women in the cyber world. There are several online crimes such as bullying, harassment, pornography, etc. that happen every day for women. These cases have the minimum penalties under the Information Technology Act 2000, ranging from imprisonment for up to 3 years. And next is money debt. This vicious practice of taking from a marriage is so common in rural India that if it is leads to death, it gradually leads to the death of women. And sometimes misuse. These laws are misused by women against husband. As my topic of PhD, law relating to cruelty against husband by wife, an empirical study with special reference to the state of Haryana. And next, I would like to discuss the conclusions and suggestions. Gender-based violence is a global problem, but in order to better understand the patterns of violence and their causes, and therefore to end, the first point should be knowledge of certain historical and social cultural aspects that apply to each specified context. A particular nature of gender-based violence in India is that some seemingly more sensitive behavior may be identified as an act of violence. These type of behavior include verbal and physical abuse, physical harm, serious injuries, sexual harassment involving rape or harassment. The effect of gender-based violence in India lasts a long time on your victims and is rampant due to responses that are often inadequate. Therefore, it is important to maintain a sense of urgency in cases of gender-based violence, even during difficult situations. It is maintained that there is a need for a comprehensive response model to address the problem of gender-based violence during the current epidemic and that of the future. Health professionals, media, community efforts must be mobilized to address the issue of gender-based violence. In addition, ongoing the various efforts are needed to eradicate the stigma attached to gender-based violence in India. Thank you, ma'am.
So where is your section on how, in which ways you learned from the refresher course? Which specific topic, which specific methodologies that were discussed? What are your publication plans?
Ma'am, I am already discussed in this paper as a law available in all aspects, but a lack of implementation, lack of awareness.
I did not ask that question to you. I asked, like others presenters have pointed out, from which particular sessions of the refresher course did you learn about methodology or epistemology that could be applied in research? Where is that?
All refresher course sessions are very excellent, very nice, and good presentation.
What are your plans for publications?
Ma'am, I have already published in Scopus many papers. I have published many papers.
I asked you that one of your slides should give us the name of journals where law papers could be published. Where is that slide?
GLS Talk, that is my journal, recently published. GLS Talk, which is gender-based violence, already published. And in Scopus, human rights on topic on human rights, have already published in Scopus.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jain. With this, we are coming to an end to this session. So we are going to resume again at 2 o'clock. Please check the schedule. Those who are scheduled to present at 2 o'clock, please be present on time so that we can continue the schedule list today. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Thanks.
আনমিউট করলে হ্যালো এই যে শোনা যাবে এবার, ঠিক আছে? আনমিউট, এই যে এবার তুমি কথা বললে শুনতে পারবে ওরা, ঠিক আছে? আর এই যে ভিডিও
Puneet ji,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Hello. Hello. Hello.
पुनीत जी, आप हो सर? पुनीत जी,
हाँ जी मैम, मैं हूँ, बोलिए। हेलो
Abbott University host.
मैम, बोलिए। हेलो। 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 हाँ जी मैम, बोलिए। हेलो। 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 मधुमिता मैम।
हाँ, Ambit University. हाँ पुनीत जी. Puneet ji, Rahul, when Rahul ji comes in na sir,
Yes, ma'am.
Rahul ji को co-host बना देना. Rahul ji will host this session. ठीक है sir?
Rahul, okay.
Rahul Rangan. हाँ. हाँ पुनीत जी, Kiran ji has entered, so make him the co-host. Nibha Sina.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Dr. Kiran is going to take presentation of this session.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay? I'll be here only. Please present. Okay, Nibha?
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am. So we can start the presentation. Okay, so you
Yes,
have
sir.
been given 10 minutes. So I request all the participants, please stick to the time. Okay. Okay, so we can begin the presentation, please.
Okay, sir. So let me just share my screen. Just a second.
Next participant should be ready with their presentation. Miss Inchen, you should be ready with your presentation because after the first
Yes,
presentation,
sir.
we will immediately.
Yes, sir. I'm ready, sir.
Yeah. So after first presentation, we will
Yes,
immediately
sir.
start.
I'm ready for.
Yeah. Thank you.
Uh, sir, can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, I'm ready, sir, for the presentation.
Okay. So after the first participant, we can come to we can start second. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So give me a minute.
Miss Nibha. Am I audible? I guess screen is hanged. Nibha, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here. I'm trying to share my PPT. It's saying that some other participant is sharing the PPT, so cannot share your PPT.
Nobody has the PPT on. You can share, or otherwise simply start speaking. You have all of you have to upload the PPT in the Google Classroom. All of you. So even if you are having a problem with PPT, do not waste time. Just start speaking. It is already 6 minutes past 2.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Nobody is sharing the PPT at the moment. Plus, if you are having trouble, all of you have to upload it in Google Doc, Google Classroom. In any case, so please start speaking, and when you can upload, just upload. Just don't take too much time doing that.
Yes, Nibha, we can see your PPT. You can start.
Okay. Okay, can you see me? I mean,
Yes.
can you, am I?
Yes, yes. Yes, please start.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. And I'm sorry about this glitch.
No, it's fine.
My topic is labor, politics, and plurality of culture, Delhi cloth mills during 1950s. I'll be talking about some of the key concepts whereby we'll be trying to understand the working class history, labor, politics, plurality of culture, new labor history. Understanding working class history, ideas and concepts. The study of history from below will provide a better understanding to analyze the social world of laboring class. The new labor history has brought in non-class attributes in workers' lives and activities in the forefront of labor studies. It has made a case to look beyond linear conceptions of change, which is generally prevalent in the conventional Marxist writings. New labor history has led to a major rethinking and increasingly exploring entirely new areas related to informality, gender, and laws. The binaries concerning formal, informal, industrial, agricultural, free and free labor are becoming obsolete. The new approach has provided space to study various labor forms which exist simultaneously and impinge on one another. Non-work culture. It will also, I mean, this paper, this presentation will also talk about the relationship between workers and management, which has a significant bearing on the non-work culture. This workspace relationship, however, is not enough to understand the world of labor. We also need to know about the social and cultural aspects of their daily life. So, everyday life of worker. The politics of everyday life of worker is bound to affect his or her action during strikes and in the larger struggle against the owners of the capital. Workers' everyday relationship with his or her fellow worker, grain dealers, money lenders, jobbers, bin inevitably shape his or her understanding of the world around. The understanding of the immediate world would have definitely enhanced their rationale in trying to grapple with the bigger world. So, going by this logic, a nuanced understanding of the everyday life of the laboring classes would not only allow us to comprehend movements, labor strikes in a much better way, but also to look beyond strike and labor movement centric histories of the laboring class. Now coming to, because I have been talking about Delhi, cloth mills, so I'll little bit talk about how Delhi became an industrial center. So with regard to the industrial development in Delhi, Delhi made a very late debut on the industrial stage. During the colonial period, Delhi was mostly an administrative center and not an industrial center. Its economic base was mainly limited to as a trade center. The story of how Delhi gained an important position as an upcoming textile industrial center is an interesting one. And the role of Delhi Cloth and General Mills, popularly known as DCM, which was established in 1889, it played a very important role in placing Delhi on the industrial map of India. Uh, with regard to the industrial labor in the Delhi cloth mills, in the pre-1950s, industrial world of DCM was mainly based on the harmonious labor and capital relationship based on the Gandhian ideals. However, during the post-independent India, most of the labor disputes were resolved by resorting to the legal machinery provided by the government. So I'll be connecting as to how the workspace relationship is equally important with regard to the non-workspace relationship in analyzing the labor history. Coming to the question of research methodology, most of my sources have been archival materials. I have looked at the data related to the management of DCM, that is Delhi Cloth Mills, government publications, and most of these materials deal with correspondences among the authorities of DCM management, labor unions, labor conciliation officers, and authorities of the labor ministries. I have also looked at the contemporary newspaper reports. So coming to the question of how work and non-work culture actually have porous boundaries, I'll be talking about some of the cases of the DCM whereby one can see that these two boundaries are actually porous. For example, work and non-work culture, particularly during the time of unemployment, during the times of unemployment, workers depended heavily on social ties of their neighborhood. They also relied on more commercial sources of credit like money lenders, grain dealers, and contractors to obtain loans on more flexible terms and conditions. And these are the relationships that laborers, working class workers are actually forging outside their workspace. Their dependence on Mahajan, money lenders, to fill in the gaps in their monthly wages also compelled them to build up social connections in the neighborhood and increase their interest in maintaining and perpetuating such relationships. The supply of credit was an important factor in their social organization beyond the workplace. It was also used as an instrument of control in the neighborhood because credit suppliers like grain dealers, local badnia, professional money lenders contractors were actually trying to control workers through these instruments, because contractors, once they are paying the loans, when the worker is maybe returning back from his village, they are using these as a tools whereby they can again re-employ the worker in the same textile factory. Contractors also consolidated their position in social arena by extending credit facilities to workers. They kept workers in debt, particularly facilitated their task of discipline and supervision in the workplace. Similarly, contractor was also a source of credit when workers needed money to tend to their village place, for it encouraged them to re-employ workers on their return, which I already talked about. Non-work culture, arenas of solidarities. Among the one of the most publicized measures of Delhi cloth mill were some of the schemes that were used for recreation and entertainment of workers. There were sports activities like cricket, football, hockey, and one of the most popular sport was dangal, wrestling. Also, DCM also, Delhi Cloth Mill also annually organized fair, Mela for workers. And these non-work spaces had its own culture whereby the workers formed solidarities over there. So mills were closed and vendors were allowed to set up their stalls in the premises on the day of Mela, occasional cinema shows, annual workers' day. These all were part of recreational activities. And not only recreational activities, but these were also the arenas whereby working class were forging newer solidarities in a space away from their own work space. So these are non-work space where they are forging their working class solidarities, which is going to be actually used on the workshop floor as well in their struggle against the management. With regard to the journals that ma'am has been talking about, that where one can publish if someone is bringing out a similar kind of paper, one can get the Institute of Modern Application Studies, the Journal of Historical Sociology. My own paper, which I have been trying to interlink between this work and non-work culture, I sent it to the historical sociology. They are also accepted and they are in the process of publishing it. That's it. Thank you. And also with regard to the refresher course, some of the sessions that have been very useful for my specialization, particularly Elena ma'am's sessions. She was talking about time use survey method, where she was talking about how women are particularly engaged in the unpaid sectors of the work, and so the gender roles are equally important to look into. Dilip Menon sir also talked about labor question to a certain extent. Today morning, Nandita ma'am was talking about partition, where she was talking about how tone of refugees are important in deciphering as to what kind of voices they are actually making, or what is the message they are trying to convey. So while I was reading about my archival material, how management is corresponding to the upper authorities, labor authorities, and how management is corresponding to labor unions or certain individual worker. So how the tone varies, how that authority, the tone of authority changes. So we also have to be mindful about certain things. So these are the points that I have taken from the refresher course. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Nibha. I have just a small question for you regarding your presentation. Sir, can you just reflect your ideas about the idea of neoliberalism on particularly on your area of topic, that is Delhi mill workers or Delhi cloth workers mills. So can you just relate it? Idea of neoliberalism.
Okay, so okay,
Tanuji, can you just switch off your mic?
okay, so
Sorry, camera.
as far as I can understand it, by 1990s, 1980s, see, I'm talking about Delhi cloth mill. It was a textile mill. By 1980s, late 1980s, 90s, most of the textile mills were becoming sick, and DCM, which is actually led by Sri Ram Group, was also in the process of shutting down its mill, because 80s, 90s is also a time when new economic policies are coming and these mills are actually becoming sick, and Sri Ram Group is in the process of diversifying itself and moving away from the area of textile sector. So Sri Ram actually diversifies into engineering and chemical industries, and it totally gives up, it shuts down textile mills. In fact, at this time, all over India, we see that there are closure of textile mills happening, taking place, because even the government says that these mills are becoming unprofitable by this time. So, so hello.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
am I audible?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Thank you
sir.
very much, Niva. So,
Thank you so much, sir.
okay, you can stop your presentation. We can move to the next participant. Yes, Miss Imchen, are you
Yes,
ready with your presentation?
sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
so you
I'm
can
just
begin. You can
sharing my
begin,
screen.
please.
Thank
Yeah.
वो ढूंढ नहीं पा रही थी क्योंकि उसका मल्टीपल खुला है हाँ किसी और का खुला हुआ था इसलिए मेरा नहीं कोई नहीं खुल रहा था मैं चीज ना देख रही
Niva, can you just switch off your mic?
बीच में लाइट में
Niva?
अच्छा यू मीन कि किसी का क्योंकि खुला तो रहा होगा तभी बोलेगा ना ऐसा
Miss
शो नहीं
Niva?
कर रहा
Yeah, thank you. Yes, Imchen, please start.
Yes, sir. I'm just sharing my screen.
Okay. Even if participants are not able to share their screen, they can just present their
Sir, I'm
topic
trying.
without PPT also, because it can save our time.
Yes, sir. Sir,
Yes,
sir, is my PPT visible?
we can see that you are sharing something, but the screen is black. screen is black, so we cannot see PPT or anything. So if it is if PPT is opened and if you can see it, you can just start presenting your topic. We can just listen.
Actually, network issues, sir.
Okay, no issues. You can just start speaking on your topic. So if you are not able to present the PPT next
Sir,
time, yeah.
sir, can I do after someone? Because there is network issue. I can reconnect again.
Okay. So I request Dr. Mallika Basu Ghosh, if she is ready with her presentation, we can start.
Yes, sir. Yes. Can you hear me?
Sure. Yes. I can
Okay.
hear you.
Okay.
Imchen, you can stop your sharing.
Yes, sir.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
I'm visible too?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Miss Imchen, can you just switch off your mic and can you just stop your presentation or screen sharing? Miss Imchen, can you hear me? Because your screen is visible. Okay, Dr. Ghosh, do you have any PPT to present, or you
Yes.
will?
You are not able to see?
No.
Oh. Okay. Just a moment. It is not showing. Oh. I just shared it from my only sharing. I have shared the screen only. And then
No, it is not visible now.
Okay.
You can share it again.
Okay.
Yeah, yes, it's visible now.
It is visible?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, please start.
Thank you. Shall I start then?
Please, ma'am, please.
Okay. Respected chairperson and the organizers of Amity University, first of all, I convey my warm regards to you all, and for giving, I am also privileged enough to giving me this opportunity to speak a few words before you. However, the title of my presentation is 1918-19 Pandemic Spanish Influenza in Colonial Rural Bengal, a Historical Perspective. Now, before I start my topic, I just want to say that if we had not experienced if we had not experienced COVID-19, then my topic today would not have been relevant. It is a forgotten pandemic. And this devastating pandemic unfurled its deadly claws all over the world. Approximate death was 50 million. In India, the death was about 17 to 18 million. Now, the internationally accepted definition of pandemic refers to an epidemic that has spread over several countries and continents, usually affecting a large number of people. Spanish influenza, the most devastating pandemic, ravaged the whole world, which began in March 1918, probably in the Kansas City, which I have shown in the map, which is in the Midwestern United States. And then it rapidly spread across Europe and to Asia and North Africa, Australia, and before reaching India. Now, the influenza pandemic resulted from an influenza virus, which called the influenza type A, H1N1, which affected populations throughout the world. Now, the First World War did not cause the flu, but the close troop quarters and massive troop movements, which hastened the pandemic and probably both increased transmission and augmented mutation in an unseen way. In India, the incidence of an unusually widespread pandemic seems to have been first noted in Bombay, in the city of Bombay on 10th June, 1918. Initially, it was known as Bombay fever, the war fever, or the Ajan-Ajar. The first wave lasted for 4 weeks, and the second wave, which began in September 1918, was believed to have started in the Deccan and then traveled to the coast. Among the 3 provinces, the easternmost presidency, Bengal, experienced prolonged staying of the second wave. It first appeared in Calcutta and specifically the areas near waterways and railways. Soon it spread to the rural areas. Now, today I'll highlight especially on rural Bengal because there is a study done by Mridula Ramana, and she has written a paper on the pandemic Spanish influenza and centering the Bombay experience. But no work has been done so far as the colonial rural Bengal is concerned. And colonial government regarding my aims and objectives, the fundamental aim of this presentation is to explore a medico-historical understanding of the 1918 influenza pandemic, how it began and spread in rural Bengal, the most affected districts of colonial Bengal. The preventive measures were taken by the indigenous practitioners like Ayurvedic practitioners, Vaidyas and Hakims. The government also pressurized forcefully to stop this indigenous medical practice and compel them to accept Western medicine. What was the nature also of the medical advertisements for comments on public commercializing of public health? And so far as rural Bengal is concerned, there were actually 3 divisions. The 24 Parganas, Nadia, Murshidabad Presidency Division, Bardwan, Birbhum, Bankura, Midnapur, Hugli, Howrah was the Bardwan Division, and Dinajpur, Jalpaiguri, Malda was the Rajshahi Division. Now, I come to the role of the indigenous Ayurvedic physicians, the Vaidyas and the Hakims. Now, these indigenous practitioners visited door to door in every household and took the daily conditions to note down the daily conditions of the affected persons. They advised the family members to wear masks, keep the patient's room, and to wash hands. And here, a noted figure was great poet Rabindranath Tagore. He had mentioning the example of the great poet Rabindranath Tagore, how he has took care of his students of Shantiniketan from his deadly infection. Now, he says the fever also entered into the Gurukula school run by Rabindranath Tagore at Bolpur, Shantiniketan. The medical facilities were poor. In a letter, Tagore wrote that it was only Khiti Mohan Babu, that is the grandfather, who was the grandfather of Nobel laureate Amartya Sen, and I for doctor. The poet, who had great interest in medicine from his childhood, felt compelled to put his knowledge to practice for the sake of personally visiting all the afflicted students every day to inquire about their health, and prepared an Ayurvedic concoction that is called the Panchatikto Pachan, which was prepared from the roots of neem leaves, gulancha, nishinda, and etc. and thankuni, and mandatorily gave it to all the inmates. Now, in spite of all these successes, the British government turned a deaf ear to the indigenous medical practitioners. Only to resist the practice of indigenous medical practitioners, it became mandatory for medical registration of the indigenous practitioners through the Registration of Medical Practitioners Act. In order to put an end to the treatment of indigenous practitioners, the British newspapers published various articles that indigenous systems are totally unscientific, and those who practice this never be treated as a proper human being. Kaviraj Jogindranath Sen and Suchindranath Sen was strongly criticized this kind of arrogance of the bureaucratic form of government. So this was the situation between these two types of medicine. However, there is no way to deny the massive role of Kavirajas, Vaidyas, and Hakims, for whom the rural populace got the treatment to treat themselves in rural dispensaries and hospitals. The burden of fighting the flu fell most heavily on the medical community. The disparity between the rural and urban access to medical care and rural burning ghats were literally swamped with corpses. In rural Bengal, British medical assistance was crowded with misunderstanding, advised intervention, and bureaucratic imposition of British policies with the cooperation with the rural mass. As a result of this, rural populace, surprisingly, the Indian medical service with something between a very skepticism and suspicion. Now, there was also the commercializing public health and role of voluntary organizations like Ramakrishna Mission and all, and different local newspapers like Amrito Bajar, Times of India, the Hindu Patriot, Statesman. These Englishmen published different medical advertisements related to pandemic like influenza and feverish cold tonic, anti-grip, which I have shown here, which I'll be showing just now, the Scots strange fever cure, Kalpataru anti-influenza, then Bhattikrishna Pal and Company's influenza tonic remedy. Each brand rapidly changed their marketing strategy for selling their medicines in the influenza pandemic. These are some of the advertisements which was published during that time in the Amrito Bajar Potrika and various other daily newspapers which I have mentioned. And before coming to the conclusion, I would rather tell you that I have been greatly inspired by Professor Sujata Mukherjee's deliberation, her lecture on epidemic diseases, pandemics, and the shaping of medical discourse in British India, where she talked about the plague epidemic. And this I call the forgotten epidemic, that is the pandemic Spanish influenza of 1918-19. And last of all, I come to the conclusion. In rural Bengal, the noxious flu unfurled its deadly claws, first in mid-July and then in September. It's the devastating pandemic experienced colonial bureaucracy and total negligence since the beginning of January 1919. The mountain of death tolls in the rural Bengal terrified the British government. Shaping public opinion, criticizing the techniques of colonial governmentality, and demanding the government's support and administration during the influenza outbreaks. Overall, it can be said that issues of power, racism, and colonial intersected with structural deficiencies, which created a deep-rooted distress. And last of all, I share my references which I have used for this paper. It is the Phillips, Howard, and Killingsworth, David, the Spanish influenza pandemic, 1918-19, the David Arnold's Death and the Modern Empire, the influenza epidemic, published online by Cambridge University Press, Chinmay Tumbe, The Age of Pandemics, 1817 to 1929, and the journals where it can be published, Indian Journal of the History of Science, the Journal of the Southern Association for the History of Medicine and Science, and the Medical History and International Journal for the History of Medicine and Related Sciences. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much. So I have just a little question to you, Dr. Ghosh, that
Yes.
can you just just throw some light about on the is there any civilizational superiority of Britishers when they were talking about the medicine, indigenous medicine, and was there any kind of plot to defame the indigenous medicines, or do you have any references or any readings regarding this?
Not like that at present, but the thing is that there was a constant tussle between the Western medicine and the nationalist response, where I have previously shown in my previous slides where that registry act was passed, where that is the registration of medical practitioners, that is the indigenous medicinal practices being strongly criticized by the colonial bureaucracy. And they have made it mandatory for medical registration of the practitioners through the registry. And also, in order to put an end to the treatment of indigenous practitioners, the British newspapers published various articles that indigenous systems are totally unscientific, and those who practiced it, they never be treated as proper human beings. And thank you very much for your suggestion. I'll definitely look upon it in a more detailed manner.
Thank you very much. So so we can move to the next participant. So next participant is Dr. Sanjana A. So Dr. Sanjana, are you ready with your presentation? Dr. Sanjana? Okay. Miss Inching, does your technical issue get solved? Okay, so then we can move to the next participant, Sheikh Jishan. Sheikh Jishan. Are you present?
Sir, are people joining in time?
No, ma'am. We just had 2 presentations, and Dr. Sanjana is not here, I guess, and Sheikh Jishan is.
Sajna.
Sajna. Okay, Sajna.
Can't unmute, please. Help, can't open video. Why? Just a second. I will see what is happening. Why, Dr. Sajna? Let me see. Yes. Why do you have? No, Sajna. Yes, I'm asking you to unmute. Why do we have 2 entry from you, Dr. Sajna? I'm asking you to unmute. I'm asking you to start video.
Problem is for me, her end, ma'am.
Yes. So please, let's move to the next person, Dr. Sajna. Sheikh Jishan. Sheikh Jisan. Sheikh Jisan, are you here? Dr. Sonia Srivastav. Dr. Sonia Srivastav. Bhavna Mathur. What is this? You are told to be here. Dr. Bhavna Mathur. Ziva Siddiqui. Ziva Siddiqui.
Oh, sorry, ma'am. I'm Bhavna Mathur. I'm here only. Sorry.
Please
yeah.
come.
Yeah. Ma'am, I'm just starting my presentation. I'll share the screen.
Start your screen. Yes. Ziva Siddiqui. Ziva Siddiqui. Sumana Barui. So if you miss your presentation, we are not going to give you another chance.
Yes, ma'am. I am present. Sumana Barui.
Okay. Please be online. Okay. All right.
Okay, ma'am.
Bhavna Mathur, you can start, please. So,
Okay,
and Kiran sir, I will write in the group that everybody should be there, okay, online, so that.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. First of all, so am I audible to you? And you can see my
Yes,
screen
yes,
also?
yes, yes.
Okay. Now it's a good afternoon. Good afternoon to all. So my presentation topic is exploring the pedagogical issue faced by the teacher during online teaching. I'm a PhD research scholar in Amity Institute of Education, and I'm working on the variable online teaching. So somewhere this topic is related to my research work. That comes first, what is online teaching? So as if Poe and Rosen in 2004 defined online teaching as a method of conducting any coursework partially or entirely over the internet. And we can see that during COVID, this online teaching is in trending, whether we talk about school education, whether we talk about college education or higher education, we have been using this online teaching as an medium for transacting our coursework, our learning process, teaching learning process entirely for the 2 years or 1.5 year from March onward 2020 to Feb 2022 approximately. So 2 sessions we can say were conducting to online teaching mode only. In the school system and higher education, it was in 1.5 year. It was moved to face to face little bit earlier as compared to school education. If you define it, so anything we are transacting with the help of videos in or a or online platform, which is Zoom, Google Meet, Google Classroom, blogs, YouTube, anything. If you're using this thing, then we are using an online teaching mode to transact our curriculum. It has a many advantage. We have seen in this entire 2 years, it has many advantage because as we were not in face-to-face mode, we were forced to go for online mode. And when we went to this online mode, we found out what are the earlier we don't know the advantage of online, but now everybody are aware of that the advantage which I have some of the advantages I've listed here, like it has accessibility. Everybody can access even if the geographical constraint is there. It has affordability. It is it is not having any traveling charges in it. It is only taking an internet cost. It is only taking an Wi-Fi cost. It has flexibility. It scheduling of the time or scheduling of the classes is flexible on the mode of part of teacher or student. I myself is teaching in a school, and I'm seeing teachers adjusting their classrooms, adjusting their time slot as per the convenience of the parent. Because mostly if we see in a government school, the parent are used to take mobile along with them, so the classes were not easily taken up in the morning. If we compare to the private school student, the government school student have a little constraint as compared to the private school student. So the teacher in the government school were adjusting their time slot, were adjusting their classes as per the convenience of students. So they used to take 2 classes in the morning. First slot, those who are having the accessibility of mobile phone, and the evening one slot who are having the advantage accessibility of the mobile phone in the evening. So this kind of thing I have observed in the school system. Personalization, that means what in school system I've observed, because I have been interacting with a private and a government school, through the WhatsApp or through messages, the homework were used to stick. Many teachers downloaded app for checking the homework or for giving the Google form or any kind of quiz. Google quiz were there to check their homework, to give them the homework, to give them the assignment. So, and one to one, every group is different from another. So teacher used to take care ki which group used to have which kind of assignment. This kind of personalization can be conducted in the online teaching platform. Efficiency, yeah, we obviously multimedia is are the sources where you have a visual and visual aid and audio aid, which is used to make your classroom very interesting. So online teaching is a kind of, there are researches which have shown that the perception of teachers on this online teaching mode has a very good perception if we compare to the before online teaching, before online or before COVID scenario. Now the positive perception has been increased after they have been conducting the classroom for 1.5 or 2 years. Now let's go to the pedagogy, because pedagogy is something which is, very close to the heart of teacher, and, every teacher, as per their classroom, as per the classroom structure, homogeneity, heterogeneity, they design their lesson plan, they translate their lesson plan as per the convenience, as per the framework of that whole class. So if the student are more audio, learning type of, they listen and they learn. Some student are for visual types of, they see and observe and they grasp. So it's very important to see that what kind of pedagogy is to be used in particular classroom. So if we define this term, it is a relationship or interaction between the teacher and the student and a learning environment and the learning task. Morphy in 2008 stated so. Pedagogy, it is not just getting information from the student that what kind of learner is he, but it is also involving the understanding of a student. It is also involving the understanding the need of that student on the part of a teacher, ability of that student on the part of a teacher, and then designing a lesson plan or a curriculum or a activity based technique to teach that concept in a manner that child can get more from that concept, child can learn or grasp or have a good understanding about that particular concept. Why I choose this topic of exploring the perception or exploring the view of belief. Your view, belief, perception, there are three different words, very slightly linked to each other. But although the thoughts is that, like, what is teacher's feeling? What is teacher, idea is having? What is teacher believes in him is having about that particular pedagogy, whether it suits or it doesn't suit. So it's so many years, different type of pedagogy has appeared in the school system, even in the higher education. And I've written some of the pedagogical, framework or theories, which we have also learned through our different course and curriculum. One is constructivism, another is behaviorism, and cognitism, social constructivism, inquiry based. Sorry, I will not, go into detail with this. We all know this kind of pedagogical structure has been used and is been using by the teachers in their classroom. Differentiated instruction, experiential learning, where the child, learn from their own particular experience and teacher give the opportunity to experience that self. Project based learning. These are all different kind of pedagogy which we have seen in the classroom also, and has been implied or applied in the classroom by the teachers. This is one of the study which I was just going now. Tuba Kalam and Ashraf Ilyan in 2021 conducted a same study on the school teacher perception toward online teaching during COVID-19 pandemic in India. And he actually analyzed this whole thing in a econometric analysis, which again, the statistic he used was SPSS. And with the result of the study, this indicated that average teacher has a positive and perception about the virtual teaching amid of the COVID-19, and for reducing the learning gap and shaping the future of a pupil during this crisis time. Although the teacher encountered many obstacles in during online teaching, which we all know that there is a technical obstacle, technical glitches, difficulty in conducting online exam and assessment, how that assessment can be justified, many technical obstacles. Also about the digital content, creating a digital content adapted to remote teaching, lack of technical knowledge on the part of some of the teacher in the government sector as well as in the private sector, because before that they were not prone to. For that, many CPD program has been also conducted by the government, by the SCRT. Evaluation, how can you take an online evaluation, lack of basic infrastructure in many of the government institution, many times the facility of printer or whiteboard or marker or somewhere on the part of teacher and were not available. These are some of the findings of this study which was conducted by Tuba Kamal and Ashraf Ilyan in 2021. With this, now the challenges which has been faced by the teacher are these: lack of student engagement, limited feedback and assessment opportunity, technological difficulty, access and equity issue, different learning style and needs, maintaining the classroom management, limited of non-verbal clue, balancing the screening time. So these are some of the 8 to 9, I think, stated some of the difficulty while teaching the teacher faced in the online classroom. How the refresher course was helpful. Professor Siddiqui has taught about the data structure, unstructured data set, how we can understand about data, how can we understand descriptive statistic, how this descriptive statistic can help us to analyze and conduct a study. So with this resource person, the Professor Siddiqui, I actually revised my all the SPSS technique which I have forgotten. So I'll be using up in my study these kind of software. uh, Dr. Swati Thakur is a resource person who talked about sustainability and G20. And when we talk about sustainability, we talk about sustainability and online teaching. These are the two important aspects, and they can be integrated to create more environmentally friendly, education system. With these two, sustainability and online teaching, somewhere can intersect because through online teaching, we can reduce carbon footprint. We can have a paperless classroom, we can have more energy efficiency classroom, we can optimize our resources, we can have flexibility, we can have accessibility. Sorry, it is repeated again. And we can create through this online teaching platform more awareness about the social sustainability idea. One more resource person, Dr. Ananda Ghosh was there, and she gave her the beautiful insight about the narrative of the people. In her narrative, data. So you can collect the narratives of the people during partition or somewhere, and how that narrative inquiry can help you to give you insight about that whole idea, your whole framework of your data. So somewhere we can also use narrative of the school teachers, of the remote schools or of the urban schools, and we can just have an idea that how the urban school narratives are different from the rural school narrative, and how these two different online teaching platforms, if we are using in this two different area, urban and rural, so what kind, if some narrative of rural, we can have an insight like what actually problem they actually faced, and the rural might be having a little less problem because they have an accessibility of everything, but rural might not have. So how can we balance the online teaching in both this area, rural as well as urban? And for that we have to have a qualitative study, and this qualitative study could be taken up through the narratives of those teachers who are teaching in the far rural area. If we talk about journals, so teaching and teacher education, an International Journal of Research and Study. This is one of journals stated by Elsevier, and it is a Scopus Index journal. We can go with this concept of online teaching. If you want to publish a paper on online teaching, you can actually give this paper to this. It has a rating scale of a site score of 6.5 and impact of 3.7. Another journal is Educational Technology Research and Development with an impact factor of 5.58. It is again a Springer and Scopus index. This is indexed by so many platforms. It is also Scopus index, JSTOR and all that. So you can also try with this. If you are working on the online teaching concept, you can also give your paper in this. And there's a UGC care listed journal, Oriental Journal of Madras. You can also give your paper if you are interested in the field of online teaching and school system. That journal also give you scope of getting paper published on this concept. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Bhavna. So I have just a very quick question to you, that how do you see the future of online teaching in a country or in a society like where we have various social issues and economic constraints and other kinds of problems like rural areas or backwardness or illiteracy. Okay, so
Yeah.
how, yeah.
So actually, I myself is a government school teacher, and accessibility is a very much constraint, and I have looked toward this problem. And I think, in Delhi, in the Delhi state itself, which we see that it's a very modern. It comes under modern city, where we have so many migration issue. The people goes for 2 to 3 months to Bihar or Uttarakhand or any other state, and the student are 70% of students are absent in the school in school like Delhi. I've observed, I've felt like July, June, August, May, and September they don't turn back. The absenteeism ratio goes to 70% in my class also. I think, and for that kind of thing, no, online teaching have a two type mode, synchronous and non-synchronous. So when they are not in face-to-face mode, we can give them a non-synchronous teaching kind of material, or we can use non-synchronized mode of online teaching at that point of time. And when they are into Delhi, or when they have an accessibility, they can inform us, like we can make timetable for them. Okay, it is time pay, you are at this start you're not having accessibility, we'll use non-synchronous mode. At this time, if you came back but you are ill, you can't go to school, or you have issues like aapko bhai behan dekhna hai and all that kind of issue is there, then you can have synchronous. And those who can comfortably come to the school, then they can have their face to face. So I think in the school system itself, it has to be designed in a way that some part of curriculum could be transacted in a synchronous manner, some part in a non-synchronous manner, and like attendance is an issue, and some part in a face-to-face. Because until unless we don't go to face-to-face, that moral upbringing or moral thing, morality we want to put in this child, that can't come in the online mode. So yeah, there has to be balance between all three modes. We can go for blended kind of thing. Online teaching also says blended learning, so we can have blended learning in the school system, and it can it can have a profitable mark on the life of the student if we go in that way particular way. Because I've observed 4 months of a student life is wasted just going to the villages for cutting up of the farms. And because mummy and papa can't, mom and dad couldn't stay, they have to go and apni zameen bhi sambhaliye, they have to go in the field, and also for 4 months they're there and 6 months they're there in this Delhi for the laborer work. So I think we have to have a blended learning system kind of thing for this migrant people. And for this, I think a course designing has to be, should be, priority for the school administrator.
Okay, thank you very much, Bhavna. So we can move to the next participant, Dr. Sajna. Are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, thank you. Now it is okay. Hello.
Yeah.
Can you hear?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, sir. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, now I take it how to start the presentation. Is it okay?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the chairperson and the organizers, and also very good evening, good afternoon to all. Here my topic is about the struggles at the margin, historicizing the Dalit assertions of 19th century Kerala. And myself, Dr. Sajna, also Department of History, University of Kerala. And my introduction, it is the state of Kerala situated at the Javan and the Indian Peninsula, and the social formation completed on the basis of caste system here as a part of Hinduization process. And just like pan-Indian scenario, we can see that here in Kerala also the DDT pollution economy, that is the basis of system that leads to the establishment of greater hierarchization of the Kerala society. So it occupies a majority of the sections of the mainstream society and perpetuated it under the hegemonic authority, both private and public life was under surveillance. And it was as per the rules of Shankara Smriti that such laws there it reduced control the lives of Dalit sections in Kerala. The earthquake Kerala was divided into the princely state of Travancore, Cochin, and Malabar, and Malabar was directly with the colonial rule. So we can see at the time of national movement, we can see some active struggle at Malabar, which was under Madras presidency. At the same time, we can see some type of social religious reform efforts from the part of the people of Travancore and Cochin, because those states were under different states. And my objective, the main objective of this study is to understand the significance of the Dalit assertions of 19th century Kerala and to place it in directly historically speaking. And if we take the 19th century picture of Kerala, we can see that it showed a different social picture where caste became a determinant factor in our workplace life. The emergence of structural symbols, the people closely associated with royalty, that is, the Brahmin became the superior and had been enjoying special privilege in the state and made the other lower caste, especially the untouchable lower caste people, they became the other section of society. The status of the Dalits continued subservience until the colonial period, and a lot began to change with the introduction of colonial education system, which made them aware of the human rights for the first time, and with same values like liberty, equality, fraternity, inculcated through missionary education, like the missionary society, London missionary society, and based evangelical mission. All those were the missionary groups which decided to impart education in our Kerala state. CMS and LMS that were worked in the Travancore area and basal evangelical mission mainly rooted in Malabar region. The emergence of the awareness to the imposition of colonial modernity led to the creation of a public sphere in Kerala soil, and we began to talk of the transformation from the subject position, that is from praja to citizen. And being the place of the basic human rights were denied them by the elitist section of the society. And if we move on to the Dalit movement, we can see that the society graded in the Nambuli, Brahmins, Nayars, Samandar caste, Iravas, Parayas, Pulayas, Chirnas, etc. And among the lower caste people, Iravas were not the slave caste, and they were considered mild touchables when compared to that of the slave caste. The 19th century witnessed an educational progress among the Iravas, along with a steady economic progress due to the integration of Kerala economy to the world economy. Colonization gave more economic activities for the economic space for the Irava caste and imposed the concept of merit over caste in their dealings and the freedom of mobility. So we can see there emerged for the first time the elements of reform from among this community, and Dr. Palpu, who was the first graduate from the Irava caste, who tried in vain for a political entry through his Irava memorial, but he was a failure in that matter, but he was even denied entry into state service due to his caste status. And Palpu's connection with Swami Vivekananda gave him the idea of a charismatic leader, as popular mobilization would be possible only in and around the ideology of religion in the then Indian situation. That he found a charismatic leader in Sri Narayana Guru, and for this purpose, and Sri Narayana Guru became the pioneer in this direction with his renowned SNDP Yoga, Sri Narayana Dharma Parivana Yoga. The universalistic attitude of Guru attracted the other slave Dalit caste in this world of social-religious reform, which decoded the term Renaissance, but the scholars criticized the use of Renaissance in this context. And similar Dalit caste efforts that led to the formation of Sadhujana Parivana Yoga of Bengali, which is the Puriya caste, then the Deva Sata of Dalit Christians. And also we can see similar caste and religious organizations that stand out during this period. And among this, all the organizations stood for their religious or caste reform, while the Dalit caste was to get social equality. All the upper caste and other religious reform organizations lend their support to the Dalit movement of the period. And as the Dalits experienced different types of deprivations, like restrictions to use language of the upper caste people, good food, decent dress, and also on the whole, we can see that a type of biopower was exercised over the bodies of these people. We can see the prohibition of public roads, transportation system, schools, government offices, and symbols. The introduction of colonial modernity, the new liberating forces, and the world that Dalits had their assertions in different forms. So we can see different pressure tactics that these people were used to, like strikes and popular protests. Some of the examples is popular protests with the China rebellion, Kalumara agitation, Kashmir Samaram, etc. And we can see some form of incorporation of Gandhian ideas like the Satyagrahas, non-cooperation with the authorities, by withdrawing from their services and petition to government, and sometimes with the threat of conversion to other religions. So all these were the forms of their protest. Ultimately, they became practice and entering into public days in 1924 after the famous Saitam Satyagraha. Gandhi was also evolved in the Satyagraha, and public schools by the Royal Proclamation of 1870 and other government institutions. And even after it, they continue to struggle to enter into the public symbol. A nomination of lower caste leaders into representative councils of the government in Shrimula Assembly in 1910, we can see, and all these things led to the politicization of their demands, and to an extent we can see it ameliorates the grievances of the Dalit people politically. And in conclusion, we can say that the struggle to enter public assemblies were a significant episode in the social reform initiative of the Kerala. And one more thing we have to note here that the social reform efforts that were emerged in South Indian context also in Kerala, we can see that the pioneering efforts were taken by the leaders from the lower caste people, unlike the North Indian context, and their main demand was to reform caste instead of destroying it. Some people demanded for the destruction of caste system, but we can see that the prominent Yelava caste, they were considered the intermediary caste between the lower caste and the high caste. They only needed to reform the caste of the period. Okay, and we can see that in 1936, the Temple and Tree Proclamation was issued in Kerala, and it actually signaled the end of the struggle of the Dalits along with the Yelava. The lower caste thought that a public temple entry would give them equality with the respected people and therefore threatened adoptee with the large scale of conversion to Christianity and leaving of the state, etc. The fear of getting minority status for the Hindus, for example, losing of the and also the losing of the income from over 3,000 forms of taxes that were imposed upon the Dalits. It is called of opinion that all these things led to the declaration of such a proclamation in 1936. Finally, the authority allowed the Dalit people to enter the temple, which in effect strengthened the socio-economic strength of the elitistic section. Again, as bulk of the financial support got from the lower caste people because they were the majority at that time. And all those efforts of the Dalit finally led to the eradication of untouchability in the state theoretically. As caste purposes to endogamous relations to social reform efforts of the Dalit did not undermine the caste system in total. Are still a position. That is why some scholars argue that it was not anti-caste movement, but it was anti-Brahmin movement. There is some form of criticism. Okay, the caste associations sprang up in the 19th and 20th century, strengthened the high caste scientifically as they have a strong organizational setup with their own education institution and political influence. For example, NSSC, SNDP, etc. But at the same time, we can see that most of the Dalit caste organization either they were to exist or there were no capable followers to bring forth ideologies their leader. They don't have any bombers education institutions or any such caste organizations to influence the politics of the state. And finally, the politicization of these social organizations ultimately replaced the social cultural interest of the people. Rather, it became political pressure groups with a sectarian interest. Amidst all these contradictions, the Dalit movement can be characterized as a tectonic force to transform Kerala society into an egalitarian one compared to the previous period. Okay, this is about my presentation, sir, and link to the refresher course, how we benefit from the refresher course. Okay, the course provided with many areas of interest for me. First of all, Professor Yagadi Shinarao's presentation on rights and growth of Dalit studies in India on 9th June. Then I have many areas of interest like human, children, film studies, etc. So Dr. Ubi Mukhopadhyay's medieval representation in Indian film, then Durgud Bhattin's general discourse, Dr. Elian Saman Roy's understanding women's work through time using methods, etc. Very much useful. In addition, there are some talks related to social science research, like social science research with perspective Amartikal. Then also one of the interesting presentation that is social emotional well-being of the faculty members. Then another social science research related Muslimism and social science research by Professor Sandanu and Rekha Saxena of tools and technique of writing research, and also many narratives of Adivasi history by Sangeeta Gupta, then Professor Tyagi. So on the whole, it was a wonderful experience, and we get many information in the disciplinary and perspective. We got many information. Next, about the publications. I have already published something related to this topic, not completely like that, but with slight changes, and also I intend to publish it in the future. Okay, thank you. This is about my presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Satya. So I have a very quick question for you. Can you just elaborate on the issue that what is the specificity of Kerala's Dalit movement. If I compare it with the other state like Dalit movement in Maharashtra,
Okay, sir.
in
Can you hear?
Bengal.
Can you hear?
Yeah.
Okay, from my readings, I can understand that in the North Indian context, most of the reformers, if we take the case of Raja Mohan Roy, from starting with Raja Mohan Roy, they actually tried to reform their own caste, and in a way, they never touched the cause of Dalit movements or Dalits. But in the even for example, we can see the movement of Jyotiba Phule. I think he's the only person in the initial stage who stood for the cause of Dalits. But on the contrary, in the South Indian context, we can see that most of the sociologist reform movement, either in the Tamil Nadu state, we can see Periyaravi Ramaswamy Nayakar's movement, and that movement is represented as self-respect movement and anti-Brahmin movement. And similarly, in other parts of South India, we can see such anti-Brahmin, anti-caste movement. Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So we can move to the next participant now. Do we have Sheikh Jishan with us? Sheikh Jishan. Okay. Do we have Dr. Sonia Srivastava?
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sir, can I present? My name is Imjan. Actually, due to technical glitch, I could not present. So, should I present?
Yes, please.
Okay. I'm just sharing it. Sir, is my presentation visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. So my name is Nansangula Imjan, PhD Political Science from Calcutta University. And my topic is on India and Israel's relationship and its roles in international politics. My objectives is to understand the political and economic relationship between India and Israel. And secondly, to understand as how India maintain a balance between Israel and its Arab countries in international politics. Thirdly, to analyze the impact on the people from both sides as a result of agreements and cooperation between the two countries. Research methodology. This research is based on secondary method, and sources include books, reports, articles, research studies, and internet-based materials, several interviews and debates that were telecast on TV channels during the period of last few decades, and latest news is used to make this study more contemporary. As Chanakya has said in his Saptang theory, a friend or ally is a structural element of any state. India and Israel has defense partnership, and Israeli Defense Minister Benjamin Gantz visited India on 2nd June 2022. He began his official visit to India by honoring fallen troops at the National War Memorial in New Delhi. Following the morning ceremony, Minister Gantz was hosted by his Indian counterpart, Defense Minister Shri Rajnath Singh, as the countries marked 30 years of official diplomatic ties and defense cooperation between these two countries. Both these countries have border security issue and terrorism. So both together can ensure their economic and security interest by coming together and have cooperation in technological economic field. India-Israel Joint Working Group on Defense Cooperation will establish a task force to prepare a comprehensive roadmap to identify new areas of collaboration. A subgroup will be formed based on defense industry cooperation, technology flows, and industrial capability sharing. India is the largest buyer of Israeli military equipment. Israel is India's second largest defense supplier. India is Israel's third largest Asian trade partner in terms of high technology products, defense equipment, space, security, intelligence. Both the countries have partnership on agriculture, waterways, pharmaceuticals, and technology. If we talked about past, there was a shaky start between these two countries in 1949. Before, India was more close with Arab countries and Palestine due to oil imports. Non-aligned movement during that time, India followed and supported non-aligned movement. So Palestinian Liberation Organization supported them, and India was the first non-Arab nation to recognize PLO, which Israel declared as a terrorist organization. In 1950, but gradually India recognized Israel as an independent nation, but diplomatic relations were distant. During that time, India was more into USSR, Soviet Union, and Israel was with United Nations, the close ties between these countries. But as the time goes, both the countries come together for their own security, like for Israel, Mossad, and for India, RAW Research and Analysis Wing. Both have common security and military interest. There is bilateral ties, establishment of formal bilateral ties between India and Israel. And one of the reason of this relationship between this country is first, like India wanted to be self-reliant in military equipment production, and Israel is a good example for that. So having relationship with Israel, India can benefit from that. And India and Israel started their formal diplomatic relation in 1992. India wanted to boost her military production with Israel's state-of-the-art technology. As in India, Make in India policy to diversify her arms import after the collapse of the Soviet, India moved towards Israel to make it her research and development project partner. And if I talk about the refresher course, yesterday, Professor Swaran from JNU has also talked about this Ukraine and Russian war and how Ukraine is trying to convince the other countries to also get involved in this war and support Ukraine and fight against Russia. And in return, Ukraine government will give citizenship to those citizens from other countries. So that's how in Israel also, Israel is also trying to persuade other countries to make more cooperation, to make more treaties, agreements, so that Israel will be recognized as an independent country all around the world. In 2017, PM Narendra Modi, who was the first Prime Minister of India to visit Israel and signed 2.6 billion arms and science and technology deal worth 40 million. Israel is India's top 3 arms supplier in the last 5 years after Russia and France. India imports 13% of her arms supply from Israel. And these are enemy fighter jets, medium-range surface-to-air missile, helicopters, unmanned aerial vehicles. And some of the reason of why India wants to have relationship in all fields with Israel is also lack of technical expertise in India, complex bureaucracy, weak manufacturing infrastructure, inadequate funding, cost overruns, project delays. So by this cooperation in military, technological, and economic terms, both the countries can benefit from each other. In conclusion, there is a long-term interest between these countries on terms of bilateral cooperation, trilateral, and multilateral partnership. West Asia has emerged as a focused area in contemporary scenario, and I have learned a lot from this refresher course from different professors from different universities, epistemological issues, methodological uses, and skill development in new trends of social sciences. It gives me knowledge on how, like working on research proposal, methodologies, and opportunity schemes under ICSSR, both major and minor projects, social skills as how to resolve conflict, how to avoid overthinking, to be less critical, tips to write good proposals, good research proposals. As a PhD research scholar, it is very important to understand and know how to write a good research paper. So through this refresher course, I've learned a lot how to write good research paper, and also I've learned about the importance of Ayurvedic medicine, which was useful during the COVID time. And there are many benefits, but I have mentioned only few of them. And some of the journalists for Scopus for this Israel, like international politics, especially for political science, some of the referred and convenient journals are Annual Review of Political Science, American Political Science Review, European Journal of Political Research, American Journal of Political Science, Political Studies Review, Israel Affairs, which is a very good journal, International Relations, Cambridge Review of International Affairs. If we write a research paper based on their format and template, and if we follow that with quality of research, then definitely these papers can be published in these good journals. So this is some of my bibliography. So I will conclude with this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I have a very small question to you regarding your presentation. That do you find any shift in India's relation with Israel since India's independence? If yes, then what kind of shift is there?
Yes, sir. There is a big shift because before India was more into Palestine like support. Even in United Nations, India did not favor for Israel's independent state. But as the gradually times goes, like India needs more technology, more military because of its problem of border issues with Pakistan and with China. So the relation with Israel grew because Israel is very strong in technology and so military, as we all know. So by that, India is importing more and more technology and military services from this country.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so we can move to the next participant. So, so do we have Dr. Sonia Srivastava with us right now?
Sorry, what name did you say?
Dr. Sonia Srivastava. I don't think Dr. Sonia is here. Okay, so then we can move to the next participant. Next, Bhavna Mathur is done. Then we have Zeba Siddiqui. Is Zeba Siddiqui is here?
Afternoon, sir.
Yeah. So are you ready with your presentation?
Right, sir.
Okay. So we can start with you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Zeba, you can start your presentation.
So just please give me a minute, sir.
Okay. Next participants should be ready with their presentation. Next is Dr. Monica Karula, and then after Dr. Monica, we have Dr. Megha Kumari. So please be ready with your presentation. After completing this presentation, we will move to the next participant.
Sir, can I audible?
Yes, yes.
I'm Sumona Badui.
I cannot hear you.
I cannot present my.
Okay, after this presentation, we can you can present your presentation. Okay. Okay. So Dr. Zeva, you can start your presentation.
So am I audible?
Yes, Dr. Zeva, you are audible.
Right, sir. So is my PPT visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Right, sir. Good afternoon, all of you. Today I'm going to present my topic, Storytelling Through Panchtantra, Indian Tradition of Narrative Art. So as we all know that Panchtantra, widely read Indian text between two different ends of the globe, Java and Iceland. The original Sanskrit text translated into Persian, Arabic, Hebrew, Syria, Latin, Greek, German, English, and Spanish. Across the globe, the text traveled through the various ethnicities of people, and thus it became globally acknowledged. Panchtantra, it teaches us everything about the way of life to political governance. And this essence of Panchtantra is collected in 5 stories. Panch means 5 and Tantra means principles or doctrines. It is an ancient Indian collection of interrelated animal fables in Sanskrit verse and prose, arranged within a frame story. This dates back to 300 BC, but the fables are likely much more ancient. On my screen, it is visible that I have put on this slide the 5 different tantras of Panchtantra, which has influenced the age-old tradition of storytelling across the world. They are Mitra Bedha, loss of friends or betrayal of friends; Kakolukiyam, pragmatism; Mitra Samprapti, gain of friends; Labdha Prashansa, loss of gains; and Aprikshataraka, considerate act. Coming to the part of storytelling, storytelling is a technique which has limitless possibilities when it comes to imagination and interpretation. It's a humanistic art and very old form of art and teaching. But in today's world as well, in today's technological world, storytelling is still effective in its own sense. It is not only an effective educational tool, but also teaches us moral values, ethics, traditions, and cultures which could be passed on to our students. It also helps the students to become a better citizen by inculcating moral values in them. Storytelling could also be taken as a pedagogical tool because it inspires, it lets the child imagine, the brain functions in a better way, and it also motivates them. Storytelling could be a method of instruction and assessment and supports educational objectives, which include improved verbal skills, gaining self-confidence, discovering the meaning of events, developing a love for language and stories, encouraging higher level of cognitive thinking, gaining a more in-depth understanding of narration, improving imaginative skills, internalizing the traditional structure and convention of stories, improving their writing skills, and encouraging them to participate actively in the creation of stories. Coming to the narrative technique, which has been used in Panchatantra, the thoughtful use of narrative technique can be an important tool for pedagogical research, theorizing, and curriculum of teacher education. The epistemological objective of the narrative is meaning. The narrative technique condenses meaning, and it simultaneously incorporates particularity and universality, as well as the theoretical and the practical aspect. Each retelling of a narrative provokes further reflection and raises questions, which becomes a part of the research process and could be a form of pedagogical theorizing. Panchatantra also has a few lessons for human quality development, which could be used for management students as well. I'm not going to elaborate on this. So, the use of animals to convey stories of morals, satire, political messages has not really ceased since Panchatantra. We all know that cartoon character Mickey Mouse, which was first created in 1928, falls in the long line of animal characters which have been used in Panchatantra in Indian culture and tradition. Today, the Panchatantra has been translated or adapted in more than 50 foreign languages and has more than 200 versions. We Indians are proud of our culture and tradition, and Panchatantra is a part of it. In our country, it has been translated into every Indian language, which has its own version of the stories. We could say that Panchatantra is truly a gift to the world from India. It is rightly said that first mind, then body ages, in case of holy sages. In case of holy sages, the body ages first, but mind never in the worst. And this applies to the stories from Panchatantra also, because they could never age. In today's digital world, we are moving from the tradition of oral storytelling to digital storytelling. Nowadays, traditional school subjects are challenged by the acceleration of access to knowledge in the new age of media available to both teachers and students. Recently, we all have witnessed ChatGPT, which is taking our students from the old age tradition to new media. The teachers who are socialized into existing traditional practices are now encouraged to introduce technology into their pedagogy. Here, I would like to elaborate upon digital storytelling process. So, step one is coming up with an idea while writing a proposal. The second step is researching, exploring, and learning. Step 3 is writing and scripting the content. Step 4 is writing storyboard and planning according to the students in the class. Step 5 is gathering, creating images, and creating audio-visual content. Step 6 is putting it all together. And step 7 is sharing the content. And step 8 is getting the feedback and reflecting upon the feedback so that students could get a better understanding of the topic. These are a few suggested journals for publication of research papers. And I hope these are going to be useful for all the researchers who are attending this refresher course. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Yeah. So we can move to the next participant now. Yes, Dr. Monica Kharola. Are you ready with your presentation? Please start your presentation.
Okay, a very good evening to all present here. And I would like to start with, thanking the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Today, I'm going to talk about Rohingya refugees, protection, issues and challenges. If we see the data given by UNHCR, we see that there are almost 108.4 million people who have been forcibly displaced worldwide. Now, this means forcibly displaced could be due to internal reasons or also external aggression like that which is happening in Ukraine. So a refugee the term refugee many times is, used wrongly for certain other group of people who actually are displaced, but in the sense of the law that defines a refugee, which is the International Convention on Status of Refugees 1951, they do not fall under the term refugee. So I'll give an example of that later on. So there are these number of displaced persons. 62.5 million are internally displaced. That means they have not crossed international borders. Then 35.3 million are refugees. That means people who have fled from their country of origin and taken shelter in other countries, while 5.4 million are refugee seekers. Now, refugee seekers is a step before a person can finally be accepted as a refugee. So those people who have already approached one country and are waiting to be accepted as refugees are known as asylum seekers. And in law, the right to get asylum is a basic right. And that principle in law is known as the law of non-refoulement, that you cannot send back a person to a country or a place where you feel that they will be persecuted, or that means their life will be at threat. So, for example, the Rohingyas. So they have fled to Bangladesh, they have come to India and even gone to Pakistan. So if we were to send them back to Myanmar and their lives would be threatened, that would amount to not following the principle of non-refoulement. So why have I chosen Rohingya as a topic? Because refugees has always been an important human rights issue, like we saw in today morning's lecture, in which the condition of people who migrated due to partition of India, they became, they moved to another country. Wherever they were living, they went to the other part. So the sufferings that they faced. However, there is a catch to this, that those people, they were technically not taken under the term definition by this 1951 Refugee Convention. Because according to this convention, people who are persecuted and flee due to persecution, they are the refugees. While in the case of partition of India, when people moved, they said that this was under an agreement between countries. Therefore, they were actually not persecuted, even though they faced the same kind of hardships that one faces when one loses one's home and has to start afresh in a new place, in a new setup. So the hardships were same. Therefore, India did not sign this 1951 convention because it felt that their problem of, displaced persons, who were the people who had to migrate due to the partition of India, they did not come under the terminology of the definition given in this 1951 convention. So that is why we see that many of the South Asian countries have not signed the International Convention on Status of Refugees 1951 or its protocol of 1967. So how do we deal with refugees? We don't have any specific laws, nor we have signed the International Convention. If we had signed the International Convention, we would morally be bound to enact a law or make provisions in our laws for assisting and helping the refugees and asylum seekers to get shelter in our country. But on the other hand, we see that even though we do not have a law, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, we have not signed the convention, not made any national laws or municipal law, yet we have many group of refugees living in India. And this was indicated even in our lectures during the FDP, in which there was discussion about Tibetan refugees and other group of refugees. So it's not that India has not contributed to the human suffering and helping them achieve this, because they have many groups of refugees, including Rohingya refugees also, who have come to India. But the largest number of Rohingyas have been settled in Bangladesh. And because of that, the the magnitude of the problem which Bangladesh faces, because of the large number, they have sought international help to to send back the Rohingyas to Myanmar if they can be accommodated back into their own country of origin. So the problem is, why did these Rohingyas come to this stage? What has happened? Why have they not all of a sudden, it's been over decades that they have suffered this kind of displacement. When we look into the history of Myanmar, we find that they have always been discriminated. Actually, this began much before independence, because the majority Buddhists of Myanmar, they always feel that at the time when their country was colonized by the Britishers, the Rohingyas were the one who assisted the Britishers, while the British and other ethnic communities, in fact, favored the Japanese who had also come into Myanmar. So that kind of distrust had already begun before the independence of Myanmar, which was earlier known as Burma. And the Rohingyas, they are not treated equally either as an ethnic group or even as a group which has been living in Myanmar for a long term, though we have seen that there have been Rohingyas living in Myanmar since ages. That means even pre-colonial period, they had shifted to Myanmar for employment, and the Britishers had in fact encouraged and taken them so that they could utilize the labor of these people, and slowly it became difficult. India is of course a further removed, but even Bangladesh, which separates it from Myanmar by one river, gets number of refugees, and many times they are faced with humanitarian crisis because they themselves are not able to provide support to these Rohingya refugees. However, it's said that since Bangladeshis themselves have been refugees and they know the plight of refugees, so they are more generous in assisting. However, when the country where refugees are in large numbers, it is apparent that the local communities will start feeling the heat of the problem when it is more than what the state can accommodate. And it is not only the poor and developing countries which are now facing difficulty with refugees and have to change their laws. Even countries like the United Kingdom, their new laws relating to Nationality and Borders Act 2022, it is such a law that it does not welcome asylum seekers. That means it does not allow people to come and seek asylum and become refugees. So whoever comes without legal papers is considered to be illegal immigrant and are therefore liable to be sent back to the country from where they are coming. So historically, the Rohingyas, in this slide, I've tried to put in the historical aspect when the Rohingyas came to Burma and how their ancestors have been living in Arka. This is one part of Burma, now called Myanmar, and they've been there living for a long, long time. So they were marginalized because of the change in the citizenship law of Myanmar. This citizenship law, it has marginalized them because it removed them from the right to take citizenship. And whenever Rohingyas are approaching the Myanmar authorities on one pretext or the other, that they do not have the proper documents, they do not have other things, therefore they are not able to prove that they are citizens. And this has been brought about by changes which have been made in the citizenship rules. So this is how countries are marginalizing groups that they do not feel are one amongst them, and this has led to Rohingyas being unsafe in their own country, because of which they have to many times flee. They have been discriminated to such an extent that even for marriage and undertaking other things like employment, education, and their religious choices, they are highly curtailed and discriminated against. Now, when the Myanmar problem of the Rohingyas arose, the world over, everyone knew that this is a genocide, that the military junta of Myanmar is killing the Rohingyas. And therefore, Gambia, which is one of the countries in Africa, it filed a case in the International Court of Justice against Myanmar on the question of the Rohingyas, that this amounts to genocide. So though directly the court did not pinpoint that the Myanmar government is committing genocide, but by the acceptance of this case itself, and by saying that Gambia also has a status that it can file the case in the International Court of Justice, it gave direction to Myanmar, and that time the state accepted that it will do something. So Myanmar has off and on said that they are ready to take back the Rohingyas, but the situation in that country does not give enough trust to the Rohingyas that they can return back. So there have been the number of Rohingyas who have migrated has increased over the years, and that is increasingly because of the policies of the government of Myanmar. And this now has led to the influx of refugees from Bangladesh. And when the number in Bangladesh increased, they in fact tried to send them to some other islands which they felt could accommodate refugees. And there were allegations from the Rohingya groups and NGOs that Bangladesh is trying to send them to islands where life itself is not sustainable. So even Bangladesh is, it's troubled by the Rohingyas. Not that it doesn't want to help them, but it does not have enough resources. So this is the plight of countries which are giving shelter to refugees and then not getting any international help. in this, there was a global compact which was adopted by the international world. And the objective of this global compact was actually to tell other countries that they should be assisting countries having high number of refugees. For example, the Cox's Bazar in the Chittagong Hill tracts of Bangladesh has one of the biggest refugee camps in the world. So you can see how poor and developing countries are managing to not only sustain themselves, but even refugees, and the world community is not too much coming to the assistance of these countries. The only thing that sometimes that is given is in the form of humanitarian relief. They will provide food, clothing, and shelter. But we have seen from the cases of refugees who are in our country that these are just basic facilities. Apart from that, even proper homes, education, employment, so that becomes an added burden on the countries, especially if they are not able to provide for employment, education, shelter to their own communities or to the people of their own country. Then what happens is there is conflict between the refugees and the indigenous groups. So that sometimes will create problems for the country where refugees have taken shelter. So like I said, in Bangladesh, the Rohingyas have been living in extremely overcrowded camps, and last few years we came across that these camps have been flooded. Sometimes they have been burnt due to the heat. So it's all a poor country trying to provide whatever little it can without much assistance from international players like international organizations or rich countries. In India, though we do not have any national law, but Article 21 of the Indian Constitution, which talks about right to life, also ensures that people who take shelter, who are asylum seekers, they are not sent back to countries where their life will be at risk. So there was a case in the Supreme Court of India in 2021 in which Muhammad Salimullah and another versus Union of India, they filed, these were a group of refugees, Rohingya refugees, who filed a case saying that they should not be deported to Myanmar because they said that their life is threatened there. However, since the government of Myanmar said that they were willing to take them back, now politically Myanmar would be highly objectionable if Myanmar said that we will not take back the Rohingyas, because they know that world over the Rohingya refugees begins from the country of Myanmar. So technically they do not want to be on the wrong side of the law. So they will show that they are ready to take. However, the political situation, it does not make it feasible for the Rohingyas. They fear for their lives, and they are at threat of facing persecution if they go back. So the Supreme Court also in this case, it did not, because we ourselves, the state of the government of India, it claimed that there are many problems which are faced when refugees, and especially in case of Rohingyas, they come, because in the guise of refugees, many terrorists and other groups and other people also come in with them. So along with the refugees, we'll have some people coming through who are actually not refugees. So the Supreme Court in this case held that if they have to be deported, they must follow the proper procedure. And the proper procedure means following the principles of natural justice, giving them the opportunity of being heard, and then deciding whether they are a fit case to be sent back or not. So the law must follow its case. So in this way, Article 21 does come in the protection of asylum seekers. Otherwise, in India, the Foreigners Act of 1946, it deals with all immigrants. Whether a person coming from any country, whatever his status, coming for business or any other purpose, is treated under the Foreigners Act. Therefore, we say that this act is not sufficient because it does not take care of the special status of the refugees, because they cannot be equated with people who are well off and coming to India as tourists or businessmen or otherwise. They are actually at a different status and they need protection from persecution. So it is wrong on our part. However, the government of India has not made any changes as of now. The law stands as it is.
Ma'am, ma'am, you have last 1 minute.
Yeah, sorry, should I stop sharing? Okay, my take on what outcomes have come here, especially gender sensitization, because if we use it in terms of refugee protection or the access of data from various dashboards, this is also an important learning point. Then impact on films in influencing social opinion, for example, the access to justice and delivery system. Then war and its increasing impact was an important learning point, where the magnitude and the gravity of the weapons which are being used are increasing over a period of time. So from World War I to World War II, and then if we were to face another war, we would all perish. Then refugees and the study which in the morning was talked about was very interesting. And the journals that I have identified is this Journal of Refugee Studies and Journal of Immigrant and Refugee Studies. So that's all on my part.
Thank you very much, Dr. Monica. So I have one question, very small question, that have you met any person or any individual from the Rohingya community in Delhi or in
No,
India?
sorry, I can't get it.
Have you personally interviewed any Rohingya person?
No, I haven't interviewed Rohingyas, but I've interviewed Tibetan refugees. So this I'm going to start, and this is just the proposal phase. And if I am able to get access to Rohingyas, it would be wonderful. Otherwise, I have, I'll be taking the secondary data from UNHCR websites.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, so we can move to the next participant. Do we have Dr. Megha Kumari? Is Megha Kumari here?
Hello, sir, can you hear me? So Dr. Sonia Srivastava from this side.
Okay, yes, Dr. Sonia.
So may I start?
Okay, you can present, please.
Okay, thank you so much.
Sir, I am Sumona Barui. May I start my presentation?
Yeah, can we take your presentation after this presentation, ma'am?
Okay, sir, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Please start.
Okay. So very good evening to all the delegates and organizers. So thank you so much for this opportunity. Hello. So.
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah. So my topic is dilemma of cultural identity. So, where I would like to explain the host culture, where culture consists of belief, or culture is the mixture of different kind of customs, social behaviors, and traditions, values, rituals, and norms in our human society around the globe. The term culture can be prominently used in three possible ways: excellence of taste in the fine arts of humanities, also known as a high culture; an integrated pattern of human knowledge, beliefs, and behavior. So what is the purpose of this presentation? Well, the aim of this presentation is to define and interpret the term culture, identity, and conflict. So the culture is. So culture is concerned with the customs and traditional, as I said earlier, values of a particular group or state of nation. It changes irrespective of space and time. With every 10 kilometers of area, culture may distinguish. It somehow all leads in forming a varied personality or as well as identity. One of the most renowned writer, Anita Desai, and prominent writers portrays in her writing the shifting patterns of various cultures, keeping in mind the Indian as well as Western perspective. Even Edward said in Culture and Imperialism has described culture as a concept that includes a refining and elevating element. Each society's reserve of the best that has been known and thought. So now moving on to the cultural identity. So refers to a person's sense of belonging to a particular culture or group. This process involves learning about and accepting traditions, heritage, language, religion, ancestry, ethnicities, thinking patterns, and social structures of a culture. Now, my third point is conflict. What is conflict? And if we relate to the cultural conflict, that is, cultural conflict is a dislike, hostility, or struggle between the communities, between the state, or between, if we talk about different countries who have different philosophies and ways of living, resulting in contradictory aspirations and behaviors. The notion originates from sociological conflicts, theories, and anthropological concepts of intercultural relations. Now, pangs of cultural diversity. I mean, there are occasions where cultural identity doesn't work for anywhere, means any people. Individuals within a given culture may disagree with views, different kind of thinking that cultural leaders promote, leading to their persecution of marginalization. And a given culture may be highly intolerant of some of its members, forcing those members to suppress their views, go underground, or go into exile. Stressful clashes between culture and countercultures may then occur. All this is to say that sometimes people problems are not really so much due to something they are doing wrong, as they are due to that ill fit between that person's identity and commitments and the culture in which they find themselves. Next is crisis of cultural identity. A cultural identity crisis happens when the codes of the cultural history with different individual identified himself clash with the codes of the newly adopted culture. When an individual with an already collective formed identity tries to absorb metropolis culture, he confronts a lack. So literature is the only medium which is able to represent the multi-directional facts of the brutal memory or partition than historiography or sociological works. The search for root identity and explores the Indian sensibility, complexity of human relationships and ethos. Next is bliss of cultural harmony. So moving on to the what do you understand by bliss of harmony? The worst of wars of rights have been triggered in history to be the differences of opinions regarding culture and religion. Cultural harmony is something that connects the people of different backgrounds in terms of social behavior, in terms of social religion, their knowledge, and their language. This is the idea of a positive change. Cultural harmony is something that teaches us to accept with respect the moral, cultural, behavioral ways of others. They might be different as a matter of fact. They are mostly contrasting, but the solution to any sort of confrontation is through cultural harmony. So my research methodology is used over there that it will discuss the meaning of the terms and expressions relating to the concept of the dilemma, the cultural identity, and the cultural diversity, cultural displacement, predicament of immigration, etc. Include the story of the terms cross-cultural identity, the terms of cultural identity in Indian English novel like and works in a importance of Anita Desai. Anita Desai is a very important novel writers who work so hard in a literary cultural term. So I used over here the mainly work of culture of Anita Desai. So the conclusion of my research is that mainly focus on the concept of multiculturalism and the problems that arise because of it. Characters become a product of alienation. Categorizations about identity, even when codified and hardened into clear typologies by process of colonization, state formation, or general modernizing processes, are always full of tensions and contradictions. Sometimes these contradictions are destructive, but they can also be creative and positive. So these are some of the journals: Himalaya Journals of Humanities, Indian Overview Center of Publication and Auditor Journal, which will definitely help to search different kind of journals related to the Indian cultural studies. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sonia. I have a very small question to you. Can you just explain your topic, that is dilemma of cultural studies, with some example
Okay.
yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sure, sir. Sir, I went one in two countries, like in Maldives. Over there, I gave my presentation. So I found different kind of cultural dilemmas and different kinds of cultural conflicts over there, because there are sort of different kind of mindset related to, like if I talk about our India, so different kind of mindsets are there related to the traditions, related to the values. So I found so different kind of cultural conflicts over there in reality. So this is the basic example what I found.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sonia.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so we can move to the next participant now.
I am the next one, Dr. Salim Ahmed. Yes.
Dr.
My
Salim
slot is
Ahmed.
4:15.
Okay. Okay, Dr. Salim, you can start your presentation.
Okay. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Is it visible, sir?
No. No. You,
Now?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Now it is visible.
Shall I begin, sir?
Sure.
Yeah. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to coordinator ma'am, Dr. Madhumita Saha, coordinator, and her team members, dear students and fellow colleagues from different institutions. Good evening to all of you. Dear friends, today I am going to speak on the divine origin theory of the state. This is a very interesting topic in the field of political science. Since I teach undergraduate students, Amity University, Gwalior, Madhya Pradesh, and this is the 4th year of the department, and we are running undergraduate program. Since we all are related to political science field, and maximum presenters or colleagues, they are directly or indirectly related to this political science or politics or global politics or other streams. But I would like to draw your attention that the state has been the focal point of political science. And when we, on TV channel, when we reading a newspaper or going somewhere else, sitting in a canteen or anywhere, the people are talking about politics, people are talking about a state, people are talking about what is happening in our country as well as in other country. So I thought that rather taking other topics, I think and I should discuss about what is actually the meaning of the state. And that is why I have taken this topic, the divine origin of the state. And I would like to tell you that, what is the meaning of a state? What is a state? Why we need a state? And how a state came into existence. So these are the big questions which I would like to highlight. The answer of these questions, then I will follow my presentation. And my presentation will discuss about the core idea of divine origin theory of the state, then religious sanctions to the king's authority, the divine rights of the king, criticism of the divine theory, and importance of the divine theory. So these are the important highlights of my presentations. Now, I would like to tell you that, when we are talking about a state, so from a common man or layman's point of view, what is actually a state? So because I'm a student of political science as well, so if I take the definition of Woodrow Wilson, he simply says state is people organized for law within the definite territory. If I take the definition of Bluntschli, he argues that the state is a politically organized people of a definite territory. If I recall what Plato said, a state is an individual writ large. Aristotle said the state is prior to individual. And Garner, most acceptable definition given by him, having with 4 elements as well. The state is a community of people occupying a definite territory, free of external control and possessing an organized government to within people show habitual obedience. So dear friends, Garner has given very good definition, mostly accepted by the scholars of political science. This definition having 4 elements: 1 is hereditary, 2nd population, 3rd government, and 4th is sovereignty. Bluntschli talks about, in his definition, we find only 2 elements, but these 4 elements is very, very important to be a state. So you can say state is a human association, or state is a political community, state as an institution. So there are many, terminologies we are frequently using, and nowadays people are using the term nation, nation state, country, or a state. So these are the different terminologies we are using in our day-to-day life. So this was the first point which I try to highlight what is actually meaning of state. Now come to the second point, why we need a state. So dear friends, Aristotle gave very good answer to the question. State comes into existence for the sake of life and continue to exist for the sake of good life. So to make good life of the people, the state, exists, and the state is continuously existing for the sake of good life. So this is the second question which I raises before you. Next, now come to the third question: how the state came into being, and that is the question which I raised in my title itself. So there are many speculations. The state is, culmination of social contract. The state is created by God. The state is an organic, development. The state is a result of evolutionary theory, and etc., etc. Or you can also add, state as a creation of force, a theory. So, dear friends, these are the many theories behind the development of the state. But the most important theory in this regard is the divine theory of the state, which strongly believes that the state is created by God. So this is the beginning of my presentation. Yeah, the divine origin theory of the state. So as I told you, there are many theories, but it's very difficult to accept the arguments given by them. If we take the example of, for example, I'm just saying the social contract theory. It simply believes that the state is a creation by the, contract conducted by the people. Hobbes, Locke, and Rousseau believes strongly the state came into existence with this social contract. But this divine origin theory simply says the state is created by God. So this is the first, a theory which is highly supported by all the, religions. And this theory is very much important in this regard, because we have to start from somewhere, and this theory speaks, in the same direction. So this is the oldest theory of the state, as I told you, as well as the nature of political authority, came into existence. The state was created by God and governed by his deputy. It was God's will, the man should live in the world in a state of political society. He sent his deputy to rule over them. The ruler was divinely appointed as a vice regent of God and was responsible for his actions to the God alone. So there are many, leaders who have taken the help of this theory to justify their authority, and they have misused. History is filled of many examples. If you take the example of recently Iran is a theologist country, and a leader is running on the high position. And in Hinduism, Manu is very good example, because it is the strong belief that Manu is the first king on this earth, and he was sent by the God. So as the deputy of God, the obedience to him by the people was held to be a religious duty and resistance as a sin. So just imagine that, according to this theory, when the king is sent by the God, so as a subject, I have no right to, I have no right to criticize him. I have no right to say that I'm not going to follow your command. If I deny, I will get punishment, and the king is only responsible to the God rather than to the subject or the people. The advocates of this theory place the ruler above the people as well as the law, because he is, the representative of God, and he is the law in, in his itself. Nothing on earth could limit his will or restrict his power. His word was law, and his actions were always just and benevolent. So you can think that whatever he is doing, it may be right or wrong. You have no right to criticize him. To complain against the authority of the ruler and his actions as unjust was a sin for which there was divine punishment. So you can see that this divine theory gives the first, notion in the minds of the scholar that the state is created by God. Now I come to the next point: religious sanctions to the king's authority, because he is the representative of God and he has absolute right in his, domain. The theory that the state and its authority has divine origin finds support in the scriptures of almost all the religions in the world, like Hindus and Jews and Christians and Muslims and all other faiths of the world. So most of the religions strongly believe that this state or the king, synonymous to the state, is a representative of God. So for example, in Shanti Parv of Mahabharata, chapter 12 discusses how Manu is, came on this earth. It is narrated that the people approached to God and requested him to grant them a ruler who should save them from the anarchy and chaos prevailing in the state of nature. And they argued, without a chief, O Lord, they prayed, we are perishing, give us a chief whom we shall worship in agreement and who will protect us. Without a king, there could be no civil society, as the people were incapable of making laws. So dear student, I would like to draw your attention that they were talking about might is right. And I hope you have heard about Matsya Nyaya, where a strong is ruling over a poor, and strong is, who is a stronger is, you can see the survival of the fittest. The God granted the request and appointed Manu to rule over them, such a religious sanction sanctified office of the king. So I would like to draw your attention that the authority is completely supported or sanctioned by the religion. Now come to the, the divine rights of the king. When he is a representative of God, so you cannot, disobey him. You cannot deny his authority. You cannot say, I'm not, following, or I will not follow your command. So all the rights of the ruler are a gift of the divine will, and all law proceeded from the king as divinely instituted lawgiver of his people. The only choice for the people was submission to the authority of the king to complete anarchy. So dear student, you need to keep in mind, at that time when there was no state, Matsya Nyaya was going on, might is right was going on. So in this situation, to come out, God has sent Manu on this earth, and he was possibly the first king on this earth. And people started obedience from the command of their king. The king could not be held answerable for his action to human judgment, but the king is answerable to God alone, and resistance to the lawful authority of a king is a sin. So you have no right to right or wrong. Only the God will decide the deeds of the bad king as well as a good king. A bad king will be judged by God, but must not be judged by his subject. The main arguments of divine right of kings may be summed up. Monarchy is divinely ordained, and the king draws his authority from God. So, dear colleagues, I would like to draw your attention that, this monarchical form of government came into existence with the notion of divine theory of the state. Monarchy is hereditary, and it is the divine right of a king, and it should pass from father to son. So we strongly believe, and we have seen that, in England also, the first son or the daughter, we can see in other words, the first child will be the successor of the king. So this monarchical system is going on in the 21st system, and the best example is England. Now I come to the next point.
Dr. Salim, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, so I'm going to sum up now. I will, highlight the major, criticism of this divine theory, and then I will finish within the time. So, dear student, in the 21st century, this divine theory is, as the scholars have argued, unscientific theory, because we cannot believe that a state is created by God. And second point is against the democratic values. In the 21st century, when all the across the world, the majority of the states, they are strongly believing in liberal democratic values. So we cannot support this divine theory. And the next point is religious theory, because this is particularly based on the religious point of view. And now this is the era of, secularism. People have, their choice, their inner conscience to follow their religion or sect or etc. according to them. And the last point is the conservative theory. So this is a very narrow-minded conservative theory. We cannot believe because we are progressive, we are liberal, we are open-minded, and the last not applicable on modern states. So, dear colleagues, these were the major criticisms given by scholars, and the last point is importance of the divine theory. This theory does not explain the origin of the state correctly. Still, it has its own importance because it gives you base how a state came into existence. Because there are many arguments, many theories behind the formation of the state, but this is the founding stone where you can see how people started obedience or monarchical system or rights of the king. And second point, this theory had helped to establish peace and harmony in the earlier chaotic society. This theory explained the importance of religion in the evolution of a state and developed the feelings of obedience and discipline in the minds of people. This theory was the first attempt to explain the origin of a state on which many theories were based. Later on, like social contract theory, evolutionary theory, or force theory, or organic theory. And the last point is this theory is considered the starting of history of the origin of a state, though presently the theory does not explain the origin of a state correctly, but initially it had given much contribution to establish peace and harmony. So my dear colleagues, I stop here. And I would like to take your questions. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity to showcase my presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Salim. So I just have one question that which session of this course was very relevant for you to formulate this topic?
Dear sir, to be very frank, we have examination duty, but fortunately, I was available when the JNU's Professor Yagati Chinnarao sir presented. Because I am also belongs to JNU, I have completed my MPhil and PhD, and his presentation was outstanding. And yesterday, I wanted to listen Swan Singh sir, but I was busy with my examination engagement. But Yagati sir presentation was very nice, very appropriate.
Okay, so I have another question that in this divine theory of state, what is the if anyone wants to do a research on this theory in contemporary time, what can be the research question on this theory?
Sir, I have already raised a question, research question. What is a state? Why we need a state? How a state came into being? What is the purpose of the state? So there are many questions related to, this topic. And because, as I told you, I teach this political thought, and I thought that this topic would be very good to remind to all of you that the state is the focal point, and Garner says the political science begins and ends with the state. So we must understand the meaning of a state, the little, under the common understanding of that. So there are so many questions. We can compare this divine theory with the evolutionary theory of the state, or social contract theory. So there are many things we can contribute to relate to this divine theory of the state. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Salim.
Okay.
So thank you very much. So we can move to the next participant. So do we have Dr. Megha Kumari with us? Megha Kumari? Sorry, Dr. Megha Kumari. Okay, Dr. Kirti Sood. Dr. Kirti Sood.
Sir, I am Shumona Barui.
Sumona Baroi.
May I present my paper, please?
Okay, ma'am. You can start your presentation, ma'am, please.
My topic is growth of botanical science in India. Botany was one of the tools of the British to tap the natural resources of India. The Asiatic Society, the brainchild of the East India Company, made first sounding in botany in India. Although before the establishment of the Asiatic Society in 1784, some individual Europeans attempt to study on botanical resources of India. The investigation of the plant resources in India had been properly organized by William Jones and Asiatic Society of Bengal. William Carey of Sirampur made a distinct contribution to the early development of botanical science in India. Throughout the first half of the 19th century, extensive investigation of the plant flora and trees, particularly on the medicinal and commercial plant, had been done by many early British colonial botanists. Therefore, there was a regular intellectual contract between the Indian and British botanists. As a result, botanical science in India witnessed its rapid and miraculous growth in India. The East India Company took special interest on the development of the botanical science for its commercial purpose, as the medicinal value of the investigated plant revealed before them as a huge source of revenue. The company utilized the Botanical Garden Howrah and a Horticulture Society Calcutta for their commercial purpose. The Indian learned the process of the making herbarium, treatment of plant, preservation of seed and plants, system of the transportation of the plant, etc. Along with the plant science, the agricultural science also developed in India. William Carey established agricultural farms in different parts of Bengal. It definitely frustrated the growth of knowledge of botanical science and agricultural science in India. The Calcutta Botanical Garden was established in 1787 at Shivpur near Calcutta. The original idea of the Robert Kidd, the founder of the garden. In the following year, botanical investigation carried out by William Roxburgh, Nathaniel Wallich, William Carey, Robert Wright, and others. The garden has nucleus of herbarium, a collection of the diet plant for reference purpose. taxonomic botany had also come to the forefront as an indispensable instrument in the study of the medicine, in the practice of horticulture, and in forest utilization and conservation. Gradually, botany acquired importance is an academic discipline in the syllabus of the college and universities. In 1875, George Watt was sent to Calcutta to take up a professorship of botany. The universities of Bombay and Madras also gave the subject same recognition. A agricultural scientist were subsequently started in Lucknow, Madras, Bangalore, and Lahore. The scientists were establishment to the encourage and renowned European naturalists working in India. The College of Patna, Rajshahi, Kotok, botany was quite popular. Botany was the great importance for forest. Central Forest School was established as Dehradun in 1881. Forest science developed in India. The book and report written by the botanist and plant collector helped the growth of botanical science in India. From Indian point of view, plant collection and botanical studies in India under the East India Company had two aspects, negative and positive. It cannot be denied that in the post-policy period, company political hegemony in India gave them enough opportunity to colonize plants of the country. It is true that the early British botanists wanted to establish Botanical Garden, Howrah, and Horticultural Society, Calcutta, to satisfy their scientific requirements. However, at the same time, it has positive aspect. There was a significant growth of botanical science in India throughout the 19th century, which had been culminated into the establishment of the Botanical Survey of India in 1890. The East India Company and the British government tried to develop Indian botany for their commercial interests. Still, one cannot disagree with the fact that Indian botanical science and Indian botanists are indebted to William Roxburgh, the father of Indian botany. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Sumana.
Sir, only one.
Yes.
And sir, my slide is present.
Yes. Yes, we can see your...
Please, 1 minute. I benefited refreshers course from Dr. Sujata Mukherjee. She discussed about medicinal history of in colonial period. British also used plants for medicinal purpose. And I published my book, Plant Colonialism, from Progressive Publishers.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Sumana. Okay. So we can move to the next participant now. So do we have Dr. Kirti Sood? Dr. Kirti Sood? I don't think he is here. Okay. Then Dr. Megha Kumari. Dr. Megha Kumari. I guess she is also, okay, Megha Kumari is here. Dr. Megha Kumari, are you presenting?
Megha Kumari will not speak today, sir. Megha Kumari has certain train issues, so she had to leave. Kirti just wrote several messages in the group.
Okay. Okay. Sheikh Dishan. Sheikh Dishan.
Sheikh Jisan sir, I have sent several messages. He is not replying. So so Kitty Sood, I think, is the last person. Hannah sir?
Yes.
And Monica Kharola in presentation, sir. Uska topic kya tha, sir, Monica Kharola ka? I am writing so many times here. Do you remember, sir, Monica Kharola ka kya topic tha?
1 minute, ma'am. Monica Khorola, ma'am.
Please start, Kitty. Please share your PPT. Sir, I have written to her. Let's see if Monica Kharola replies.
Okay.
Otherwise, Kitty Sood is the last person, Hannah, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. And Monica Kharola, sir, has not also uploaded the PPT in the Google Calendar. So I
Okay.
even look and put the title there. Anyway, sir.
ठीक. Yes, Dr. Kirti Sood, you can begin your presentation.
Hello.
Dr. Kirti, your PPT is visible. You can begin your presentation.
So can I start with it?
Yes, please. Please, Dr.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible now. Please start.
Okay. The topic, good evening to all of you. My heartfelt gratitude to all the one who has given me this opportunity. So my topic is Indus Valley Civilization, the beauty of art. As we all know about this civilization, which is one of the greatest civilization and the oldest civilization in the world. So let me first focus the location. This civilization lies in the Chalcolithic period. That is, it has also been called as a Bronze Age civilization. The contemporaries of this civilization was a Mesopotamian civilization, Chinese civilization, and the Egyptian civilizations. So Mesopotamia, all these civilizations lie on the river as Harappan, because Indus Valley is also being named as an Harappan civilization. It lies on rivers Indus, Mesopotamian lies on Euphrates and Tigris, Chinese lies on Honghu and the Yangtze, and the Egyptians on the river Nile. So now this is the expansion of the Indus Valley civilization. The expansion is in the Jammu till Manda, and if we'll see in the north, Jammu, Manda, in the west of Baluchistan, Pakistan, that is the Sukta Gendor. Now this area is not in India. And in the east, Uttar Pradesh, Alamgirpur, and in the south, if we'll say that is northwest, basically western area, Maharashtra, Daimabad, south of the Indus Valley civilization. So this civilization was extended to these areas. In the map, you can see the extension of the Indus Valley civilization. Now, as my topic is the Indus Valley civilization, that is the beauty of art. So now, let me focus on this. What does this art mean? The art of the earliest people in South Asia is of interest. Cave paintings, terracotta figurines, children's toys, and what is also important is to construct an overview of the Indus Valley culture as the artifacts from here fall into distinct periods. Cultural. So you muted me.
No, we can hear you.
Okay.
So now, as it was in the 4 distinct periods in the Indus Valley timeline, Vedic period, which is from 7,000 to 5,500, the regionalization phase, then is the specific civilization as such is from 2600 to 1900. This period is called as an integration era, which sees towns and urban centers beginning to form the hub of civilization. And it is also noted for the use of disseminating of writing. The integration era in the Indus Valley civilization saw the production of seals and other associated artifacts. What classifies, now the question is, what classifies objects from the Indus Valley as art? So, if art is creating form and content that appeals to and stimulates the imagination in an aesthetically pleasing way, then certainly the various artifacts from the Harappan culture imitate this concept in such a way as to classify them as art. While all the objects found from the Indus Valley do have the utilitarian purpose, yes, it is in their details that art can be found in the proportions of a seal, in the pose of a human figure, in the poise of a priest figure, and in the symmetry and fluidity of writing. The Indus Valley made significant steps in this direction, moves that were eclipsed by Aryan cultures that were to subsequently follow. What was the concept of beauty in Indus Valley? The concept of beauty has been seen by the through various artifacts, like Partha myth says art generally means sculpture and painting, and often includes architecture. But human artifacts may embrace a wider category of material remains that include the decorative and minor arts, such as jewelry, pottery, metal, and wooden utensils. Then, as John Marshall, an archaeologist at Mohenjo-daro, is known to react with surprise when he saw the artifacts of the Indus Valley, because he said, when I first saw them, I found it difficult to believe that they were prehistoric. They seemed to completely upset all established ideas about early art and culture. Modeling such as this was unknown in the ancient world up to the Hellenistic age of Greece. And I thought, therefore, that some mistake must surely have been made, that these figures had found their way into levels about some 3,000 years older than those to which they properly belonged. So the beauty of art lies in the modesty of the Indus Valley civilization. Like a distinctive feature of the Indus people was that they did not really filter to awe. We know that they were able to build impressive structures like dockyards, granaries, sustenance, warehouses, and fortification. These are the pieces of an art. But there is no conclusive evidence that they ever built any palaces, neither of temples. In fact, the largest Indus buildings we have found so far were likely granaries. The nearest thing we have found to a monument is in Mohenjo-daro, the Great Bath, a public bathing and social area. Then is another beauty of art of the Indus Valley lies in its pottery, seals, and as bricks are virtually identical in size, shape, weight, and material. Even among different cities, weights used in trading are also virtually identical. This is also one of the pieces of an art. We consider it in the Indus Valley. Then is weapons. The pointed scarcity of weapons makes it more likely that the Indus Valley people were led by a number of leaders representing each major community or cluster of communities, all working together voluntarily. Then is the accuracy. The engineering skills of the people were remarkable, with great achievements in measurement, accuracy, and craftsmanship, Fine arts are surprisingly poorly represented in the Indus civilization, with only a few known sculptures in bronze and stone. What does survive, however, includes some pieces of the highest aesthetic standard. Lively terracotta figurines of people and animals attest to Harappan participation in a long-lived and vigorous folk art tradition. Models were executed in ivory, shell, or faience. Painted pottery, including both representational and geometric designs. Then is the artistic abilities of the Indus people are reflected best in the images on their seals. Brick walls were generally plastered, for example, at Dholavira in the faces preceding the earthquake. Walls may also have been decorated with textiles or other hangings. Some door frames had holes at the top from which curtains or mattings may have been hung. House models show that some windows and internal partitions had intricately carved. Perhaps the best known artifacts of the Indus civilization are a number of small seals, generally made of statite, which are distinctive in kind and unique in quality, depicting a wide variety of animals. Other produced artifacts of the Indus Valley civilization are small figures and statues in the terracotta. Female figures, then as mother goddess, and is widely considered to represent ideals or abstract concepts of female fertility. Bronze dancing girl of Mohenjo-daro is another rebating pieces of art from the Indus Valley civilization, bronze figuring of a dancing girl. A number of bangles, necklaces, pendants decorate the figure's neck and arms. The statue led to two important discoveries of the civilization. First, they knew metal blending, casting, and other sophisticated methods. And secondly, that entertainment, especially dance, was part of the culture. The bronze girls was made using the lost wax casting technique and shows the expertise of the people in making bronze work during that time. It is already displayed at the National Museum, New Delhi. A similar bronze statue was found by Mackay during his final full season. So one often wonders what impact the Indus Valley civilization has had on the generations to come. There has been very little evidence to support the art of painting, for example, from this era, though there are remnants of vessels with pigments and colors found all over the sites. The purposes of these are yet to be determined. While it seems that metallurgy found a strong hold in the Indus Valley civilization, the evidence of sculptures, figurines, jewelry, and carvings seem to have been the precursors to the aesthetic art and artistic expressions in a 3D format. This was, of course, apart from the huge contribution towards the architecture and town planning, water supply and drainage system, along with the culture of trade or barter. These are some pieces of art. Then these are the sites from where the raw materials were procured, like tin from Afghanistan and all. So here I would like to end my presentation. Thank you so much, sir, for listening me here. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay,
so I think we are done with the presentation of all the participants for today's session. Madhupta ma'am, can we wind up? Madhumita ma'am? Okay, so I think we are done with the presentation for today's session. So we can stop for today. Thank you very much.
Sir, can I close?
Yes, yes, please.
Okay, sir.